Chapter 8:11. Meng Hongying's expression changed. Hall Master Kong, what did you say? You're the one who facilitated the marriage of ZZ's parents. They're both members of the Meng family. The marriage of a brother and sister is intolerable in the secular world. Grandfather is under a lot of pressure because of this. So, you're the one who facilitated it. Humph. Kong Xuanshui's eyes turned cold. My grandfather won't let you off for meddling in the affairs of the Meng family. Gui Shenhol. It's useless even if you're the Gui Shenhol master. Meng Hongying rebuked angrily. Do you think I care? Kong Xianshui said coldly. Meng Hongying's eyelids twitched. She saw madness in Kong Xuanshui's eyes. Kong Xianshui was willing to give up the position of Gui Shenhol master for ZZ's birth chart. Kong Xianshui stared at Yan Chuan. Since you want to see my full strength, then go ahead. That treasure is really good to use against you. None of you can leave. Kong Xianshui said coldly. Kong Xianshui reached out and took out a black treasure from his sleeve. The treasure grew bigger and bigger. It was surrounded by black water. Kong Xianshui kept injecting black energy into the treasure to suppress it. Before the treasure appeared, Yan Chuan could already feel a strong poisonous aura. Rumble. The black water slowly retreated. The poisonous aura swept in all directions. Countless cultivators were suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. The poisonous aura was even more terrifying than the divine punishment from before. Yan Chuan's eyes turned serious. ZZ stood beside Yan Chuan worriedly. Yan Chuan immediately shielded ZZ behind him. The desert below Yan Chuan's feet moved. More and more giant vines lurked out from below. Yan Chuan was waiting for the right moment. What a powerful poisonous aura! Jin Dayu said in shock. The black water slowly retreated, revealing a huge stone tablet. There were 4 words on it: Great Boundary Suppressing Steel. Great Boundary Suppressing Steel. Meng Hongying exclaimed. Kong Xianshui said coldly, that's right, the Great Stabilizing Boundary Monument. I took it for ZZ's fate. It's a powerful treasure. I haven't been able to refine it for a few years, but it's the only thing that can protect ZZ's fate. It's mine, nobody can touch it. Feel the great suppressing world steel. Kong Xianshui sneered. The huge stone tablet fell from the sky and pressed down. Boom! The void wrinkled, as if a hurricane was pressing down. The great world suppressing steel stirred up a boundless sandstorm. The great heavenly seal. Yan Chuan's face sank, and the imperial seal soared into the sky. Hong! The great heavenly seal and great world suppressing steel collided loudly. A gust of wind suddenly blew in all directions. Although the great heavenly seal's materials were strong, it was a pity that Yan Chuan's strength was ultimately too weak. Caw caw caw. The great heavenly imperial seal was slowly being pressed down. Boom! 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 In the desert, 9 huge vines suddenly shot up into the sky and blocked the great heavenly seal. Unfortunately, the great world-suppressing steel was too powerful. The great heavenly seal was still being pressed down slowly. More importantly, there was a poisonous aura that was directed at everyone. For a moment, Meng Hongying, Jin Dayu, and the others found it difficult to move. As the great world-suppressing steel sank, the suppression around them increased by 10%. What's wrong? Meng Hongying was shocked. The great world-suppressing steel is activated by me, an upper void stage martial artist. You won't be able to break free. Kong Xuanshui's eyes flashed maliciously. Rise! Yan Chuan shouted angrily. Chapter 8:12. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 100 huge vines shot out of the desert, heading straight for the great heavenly seal. The great heavenly seal's descent stopped abruptly. Boom! The great heavenly seal was no longer sinking. Kong Xuanshui's face darkened. You have a lot of treasures. It's a pity that you don't deserve to have them. Kong Xuanshui's eyes flashed with greed. Be it the great heavenly seal or the giant vines, Kong Xianshui could tell that they were extraordinary. Otherwise, how could they stop the great world-suppressing monument? Just as Kong Xianshui was about to strike again, "How dare you, Kong Xianshui!" someone shouted from afar. Kong Xianshui turned around. It was Guyu Holy Sun. He held a scroll in his hand and looked at Kong Xianshui with a gloomy face. Guyu Holy Sun. Kong Xuanshui's face changed. How dare you, Kong Xianshui! The great revelation Saint Lord placed the great world-suppressing monument. How dare you touch it? Guyu Holy Sun shouted. Kong Xuanshui's face changed. How is this possible? How can it be so fast? How does Jingming know about it? Kong Xianshui panicked. This is the decree of the great Saint Lord. Kong Xianshui, hand over the great world-suppressing monument and surrender. Guyu Holy Sun shouted. Guyu Holy Sun wanted to wait until Yan Chuan was at a disadvantage. However, the great heavenly seal and the great world-suppressing monument were in a stalemate. Guyu Holy Sun did not dare to wait. If anything happened to the great world-suppressing monument, the great Saint Lord would blame him. He had no choice but to shout. Yan Chuan looked into the distance in shock. When Guyu Holy Sun took out the decree, Kong Xianshui panicked. Was he panicking? He was an upper void stage expert and the temple master of the divine sect's holy land. Why would he panic? It seems like I can't hide it from them. Jingming. Jingming. What a powerful technique. Hand over the great world-suppressing monument. No, I'm about to succeed. I must get the purple birth chart. I must. Kong Xianshui said with a hint of madness. Jingming was hundreds of millions of miles away, and Zizi's fate was right in front of him. How could he give it up? How could he give up now? Wait a little longer, after I obtain Zizi's fate, I will put the great world-suppressing steel back to its original place. At that time, I will go to the great revelation sacred ground to ask for forgiveness. Kong Xianshui shouted. Guyu Holy Sun sneered. Ask for forgiveness. It was too late. Who in the world would dare to touch the Saint Lord's belongings? You're the only one who doesn't know what death is. The Holy Lord has decreed that whoever steals the tablet will be executed on the spot. Anyone who dares to resist will have their entire family wiped out. Guyu Holy Sun shouted coldly. Tablet robbers executed on the spot. Anyone who dares to resist will have their entire family wiped out. No, Jingming, she won't let me live. She didn't even leave him a way out. Kong Xianshui panicked. This kind of panic made Yan Chuan very confused. The world was so big. If you can't beat Jingming, can't you just run away? Why was he so afraid? Was Jingming really that scary? Millions of miles away, just a name and you're so scared. You're at the upper void realm, can't you have some backbone? Kong Xianshui, hurry up and accept the decree. Guyu Holy Sun shouted. As soon as Guyu Holy Sun shouted, Kong Xuanshui's face was filled with sorrow. He then looked at Kong Outyan. Father. Kong Outyan was confused as to why his father was panicking. Seeing his son, Kong Xuanshui's face was filled with love. Then, his eyes narrowed. If Jingming says so, I will definitely die. Outyan, before I die, I will do something for you. I will help you obtain ZZ's fate. Kong Xianshui said solemnly. Father. What's wrong? Kong Outyan asked in panic. Kong Xianshui did not say a word. Instead, a large amount of black gas gushed out from his body and a large amount of merits surrounded him. Great world suppressing steel, suppress. Kong Xianshui used all his strength to activate the great world suppressing steel. A powerful force pressed against the great heavenly seal. How dare you! Suddenly, a woman's cold shout came from the void. Her voice was filled with arrogance. This shout caused the hearts of countless cultivators in the surroundings to tremble. Some of the weaker cultivators were even forced to their knees by this domineering shout. Chapter 8:13. How dare you! Above the void, a woman's cold voice was heard. Her voice was filled with a domineering aura. This shout caused the hearts of countless cultivators in the surroundings to tremble. Some of the weaker cultivators were even forced to their knees by this domineering shout. Buzz! The great suppressing boundary steel trembled as if it was responding to the voice. Just the voice alone was enough to make everyone's heart tremble. Yan Chuan raised his head. His pupils shrunk. Kong Xianshui was even more panic-stricken. This voice. Others might not know, but Kong Xianshui had heard of it before. Jingming. Jingming's voice. Jingming was here. Kong Xianshui was shocked. He turned his head to look. The voice came from Guyu Holy Sun. Guyu Holy Sun had already kneeled down. The decree in his hand floated in the air. The voice came from the decree. The decree slowly floated in the air, and the golden decree slowly unfolded. After unfolding, there were no words on the decree, only a royal seal. On the seal were the words, "Blessed by the heavens, long life and prosperity." Blessed by the heavens, long life and prosperity. Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. These words were the imperial seal of the world, the imperial seal of the emperor. But Jingming was the lord of the Holy Land, not the emperor. Why did she use the imperial seal? Greetings, great sacred lord. Countless cultivators bowed. The decree floated in the air and the great suppressing boundary steel was no longer under Kong Xianshui's control. Kong Xianshui panicked. Looking at the decree, his face was pale and bloodless. Holy Land of Divine Sect, Gue Shui Palace Lord, Kong Xianshui, greets Great Sacred Lord. Kong Xianshui said respectfully. When I placed the great suppressing boundary steel, I had already announced it to the world. Kong Xianshui, you dare to go against my will? The decree said coldly. The voice was filled with majesty. It was a domineering aura. Kong Xianshui panicked and said, Great Sacred Lord, I was impulsive. Please be lenient. You knowingly committed a crime. Seeing that you are remorseful, I will be lenient. You, kill yourself. The decree floated in the air and said. You, kill yourself. The tone was as if it was a great favor. But at this moment, countless people were shocked. Kong Xianshui was at the upper void stage. Even if he was at the first level of the upper void stage, he was still at the upper void stage. Jingming asked him to kill himself. Kill himself. Even Yan Chuan could feel Jingming's domineering aura. Hundreds of millions of miles away, a decree came, and an upper void stage cultivator was asked to commit suicide. How domineering was that? Father. Kong Outyan panicked. Kong Xianshui. Reaching out his hand, Kong Xianshui took out a jade slip and shoved it into Kong Outyan's hand. Scram! It's all because of you, you unfilial son. I wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Kong Xianxue shouted. Father! What are you waiting for? I'm not leaving. You guys, take this bastard away. Even if I die, I don't want to see him. Kong Xianxue shouted at the Middle Void Realm cultivators. Yes. The Middle Void Realm cultivators replied. Kong Xianxue xiong outyin. He was protecting Kong Outyin. The 9 Middle Void Realm cultivators grabbed Kong Outyin and flew away quickly. Father! Father! Kong Outyin shouted. But how could he be a match for the 9 Middle Void Realm cultivators? They disappeared in the blink of an eye. The decree said again, your bloodline is gone. Kong Xianxue, why don't you kill yourself? Chapter 8:14. Jingming was forcing Kong Xianxue to commit suicide. Countless cultivators looked at the sky, but no one dared to say anything. No one from the divine sects and sacred grounds came out to stop them. The title of the strongest person in the world was so powerful. Kong Xianxue looked at the decree, and his expression changed. Great Sacred Lord, Kong Xianxue knows your name, and I have seen your methods. Commit suicide. Kong Xianxue does not dare to resist, but in the face of life and death, I have to fight for it. Kong Xianxue said to the decree. Jingming's angry snort came from the decree. Sorry. Kong Xianxue shouted. Whoosh. Then, Kong Xianxue did not dare to hesitate, he took a step forward, and rushed in the opposite direction of Kong Outyin. Run. Kong Xianxue could not resist when he was asked to commit suicide. In the face of death, Kong Xianxue could only choose to run, even if he had to hide in a corner. Whoosh! The speed of an upper void realm expert was astonishing, he turned into a stream of light and reached the horizon. In front of my decree, you think you can run? Jingming's cold snort came from the decree, and the decree suddenly burst out with a dazzling golden light. Bang! It was like a sun, illuminating everything in the world. Yan Chuan saw clearly that under the endless light, a golden palm reached out from the decree, and grabbed at the direction where Kong Xianxue was running. As soon as the golden palm struck out, its power was immense. If the heavenly retribution's aura was strong before, then this palm's aura was 10 times stronger. Under this aura, countless cultivators were frightened from the bottom of their hearts. A large number of cultivators knelt down. Boom! The palm reached into the horizon, and grabbed the escaping Kong Xianxue. No, no, this is just a decree, how can you catch me from 10,000 miles away? Can you catch me from the great sacred ground from billions of miles away? No! Kong Xianxue's voice came from the horizon, his voice was filled with endless sorrow and hatred. Those who go against my decree, die. An angry roar came from the void. Rumble. In the horizon, an extremely intense flame rushed to the sky, as if another sun had risen from the horizon. The giant palm turned into a sun, and trapped Kong Xianxue. Ah! Kong Xianxue's miserable scream came from the horizon. The faces of countless cultivators twitched as if they could not believe what they saw. They also felt even more reverence for the great light holy master, who was billions of kilometers away. Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. He was also surprised. Jingming's means were completely out of his expectation. How could he kill Kong Xianxue with just a decree from hundreds of millions of miles away? Even in Yan Chuan's previous life, he hadn't been able to achieve this level of strength. The most powerful person in the world. Jingming. For the first time, Yan Chuan paid attention to Jingming. It was the grand sun primordial flame that burned Kong Xianxue. Jin Dayu's expression changed. Kong Xuanshui's blood-curdling screams didn't stop for a full breath of time. Boom! The flames in the distance dispersed, and Kong Xianshui turned into ashes. Unable to resist. In front of Jing Ting, even an upper void stage expert was unable to resist. In the distance, Guyu Holy Sun's eyes flashed with endless worship. The golden light dissipated. The decree was still floating in the sky. Yan Chuan kept the great heavenly seal and the giant vine at the right time. The decree was high up in the sky and suddenly faced the west. The divine world of the divine sect's sacred ground. Everyone in the divine world, listen up. Put the great boundary suppressing steel back where it was. If anyone steals it again, I will wash the divine sect's sacred ground with blood. The surrounding cultivators were stunned. Was this a threat? Wash the divine sect's sacred ground with blood. That was too overbearing. In the west, the void trembled slightly in response to Jing Ting's words. Don't worry, Holy Master Jing. My sect will send people to guard you. The great boundary suppressing steel will never be stolen again. An old voice came from the divine world. Jing Ting's voice sounded satisfied. Gu Yu. Jing Ting's voice came from the decree. Present. Guyu Holy Sun said respectfully. Put the great boundary suppressing steel back where it was and put this decree aside. Jing Ting's voice said. Yes, Your Majesty. Guyu Holy Sun said respectfully. The decree slowly floated to Guyu Holy Sun. Guyu Holy Sun received it respectfully. At the same time, he flew carefully toward the great boundary suppressing steel and grabbed it. Jing Ting's aura disappeared, but the surrounding cultivators were still in a daze. Many of them even forgot to get up from their kneeling. Jing Ting had just threatened the entire divine sect's sacred ground, but none of the divine world's experts had any thoughts of resistance. They had even guaranteed it again and again. Jing Ting's prestige was too strong. The divine sect's sacred ground and the Dazhao's sacred ground should be on the same level. Why did it seem like the Dazhao's sacred ground was superior? Everyone was shocked, but no one dared to say anything. The scene just now still shocked everyone. The divine sect's palace master had been killed by Jing Ting in front of his home, but no one in the divine world dared to stand up for him. The strongest person in the world. Not to mention the countless kneeling cultivators, even Yan Chuan and his group were extremely shocked. How domineering. Meng Hongying's eyes flashed with shock. Yan Chuan was the same, but Yan Chuan was more excited. An inexplicable excitement. An expert. An expert could not suppress Yan Chuan's ambition. On the contrary, it could stimulate Yan Chuan's ambition. One day, he would be able to make all sects submit to him with a single command. Hiding the determination in his eyes, Yan Chuan looked at ZZ and said, "Let's go. Let's continue our journey." ZZ nodded. Everyone slowly boarded the flying boat. "Saintess Hongying, we'll meet again," Yan Chuan said to Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying looked at everyone and felt a little disappointed, but she still nodded calmly. The flying boat rose into the air and flew slowly towards the East Divine Continent. At this moment, no one could stop them. "Father, father!" In a forest far away, Kong Outyan cried out in grief. "Young master, the old master has passed away. Please don't be sad." A middle void realm elder said. "Young master. My father is dead. Will you still protect me? I have offended all of you in the past." Kong Outyan looked at everyone. After being kidnapped by Yan Chuan for a period of time, Kong Outyan's playboy nature had been beaten down. Now that his father was dead, Kong Outyan was even more terrified. The 9 of them suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Kong Outyin. Young master, although we are from the 10th God Hall, we have another identity. We are the servants of the Kong family, responsible for the rise of the young master's bloodline. The old master is dead. From now on, you are the new master. The leading elder said solemnly. We pledge our lives to protect the young master. Everyone shouted in unison. The Kong family. Is the Kong family powerful? Kong Outyin wiped his tears and said. Chapter 8:15. 1 year later, in a forest. Zizi, Huoguang, Jin Dayu, and Feng Yinyang were guarding the area. In the center, Yan Chuan was facing the rolling heavenly wrath. He opened his mouth and swallowed it all. Although Jin Dayu, Huoguang, and Feng Yinyang had conflicted expressions on their faces, in the end, they accepted this inconceivable matter. Rumble. The rolling heavenly wrath was absorbed by Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's body was surrounded by electric arcs. Everyone flew onto the flying boat and felt depressed. Because the stimulation just now seemed to be too great. This was not the first time. Along the way, Yan Chuan had swallowed the heavenly wrath many times. Yan Chuan entered the main hall and digested it for a while. Then he walked out of the main hall again. Zizi was guarding the main hall. A trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. Zizi, you don't have to worry anymore. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Did you break through this time? Zizi asked. I'm still in the 10th tier of the divine realm. I can't break through anymore. Yan Chuan shook his head. The two walked to the bow of the boat. They looked at the scenery around them. Are you really okay? Zizi asked worriedly. Don't worry, he said. Heavenly lightning body tempering is something that comes from the inside out. Like I said, you might not be important in the eyes of others, but to me, you are my lucky star. Look, my cultivation base is soaring. I'm already in the full circle of the divine realm. I just need an opportunity to break through to the emptiness realm. Yan Chuan hugged Zizi and sat on a chair at the bow of the boat. Rumble. The heavenly wrath followed again. But now, Yan Chuan had already gotten used to it. Zizi looked at the sky and was still worried. Don't worry. I've already gotten used to this level of heavenly wrath. It won't strike anymore. I know it's useless. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Seeing that the heavenly wrath surrounded them but did not strike, Zizi was relieved. You've already swallowed the heavenly wrath several times. Is your cultivation really unable to increase anymore? Zizi asked with a frown. I need luck. Of course, if there is an even stronger heavenly punishment, I might be able to break through again. Yan Chuan smiled. Even more powerful. Zizi was slightly stunned. For example. Yan Chuan whispered in Zizi's ear. Zizi's face immediately turned red. No, not now. Zizi immediately shook her head. Alright, then we'll talk about it in Beijing. Yan Chuan said gently. No, not even in Beijing. Zizi suddenly shook her head. The divine retribution is already so great in our current state, but if it's really as you said, then the divine retribution will definitely be even stronger, and it might even be a destructive divine retribution. No, not now. What will I do if something happens to you? Zizi immediately shook her head. Take your time, okay? Wait until your cultivation is a little higher, then be a little stronger. Zizi advised gently. All right. Yan Chuan nodded. Since Zizi was unwilling, Yan Chuan would not force her. Moreover, Zizi was doing this for Yan Chuan's sake. The two sat at the bow and watched the sun rise slowly in the east. The scene was extremely mesmerizing. Zizi gently leaned into Yan Chuan's embrace. At this moment, Zizi's eyes were filled with sweetness. Looking at the rising sun, it was as if she saw the hope of life. The darkest moment before dawn had finally passed. Now, she was no longer lonely. What followed was happiness. Zizi looked at the rising sun happily. Yan Chuan leaned his face against Zizi's hair, and a sense of peace suddenly arose in his heart. The flying ship flew as if time had stopped. The two of them sat quietly at the bow of the ship. The officials around them did not disturb them, each doing their own thing. The flying ship continued to fly toward Dijon. Chapter 8:16. Just as the two of them were in bliss. Buzz. The void in front of Yan Chuan suddenly trembled. The two of them frowned. Whoosh! A formation appeared in the trembling void and a palm-sized figure suddenly appeared above the light. Meow! An excited meow suddenly sounded. Whoosh! An extremely cute kitten appeared in front of them. Meow! Zizi's face immediately lit up with joy. Zizi quickly went forward and hugged Meow. Meow and Yan Chuan had signed a clan contract. Meow could teleport to Yan Chuan from anywhere through the clan contract. Last time, she had followed Mo Yushi to the Dazhao sacred ground to eat immortal stones. This time, she suddenly came. Sister Zizi. Meow Meow called out excitedly. Immediately, Meow jumped into Zizi's arms. Meow could be like a top bowl. Similarly, she did not feel the curse on Zizi's body at all. Meow, why are you here? Zizi asked excitedly. I'm looking for Delu and Yan Chuan. Why are you here too? Ah, Yan Chuan took you home. Meow said excitedly. Zizi nodded and a trace of happiness flashed across her face. You're finally willing to come back. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Oh. Meow, where did you go? Zizi asked curiously. I went to Sister Mo's place. She treated me to immortal stones. Meow. Meow said with a trace of greed as she recalled the aftertaste. Mo Yushi. Zizi's expression suddenly changed. Meow. Meow nodded. Zizi's expression flickered slightly, but she did not say anything. Instead, she flipped her hand and took out a purple stone from her storage treasure. The stone emitted a beautiful mist. Meow, this is for you. Zizi said. Meow, it's even bigger than Sister Mo's immortal stone, Meow. Meow excitedly hugged it. When Zizi heard that her immortal stone was bigger than the one Mo Yushi gave to Meow, her face lit up with joy. Zizi, don't spoil Meow too much. Yan Chuan laughed. I'm happy to. Zizi pouted. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. Meow. Big hooligan. Big baddie. Big sister Zizi gave it to me, not to you. Meow immediately bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Yan Chuan. Of course, this baring of fangs and brandishing of claws was not intimidating at all. It was more adorable. Yan Chuan looked at Meow, amused. Meow. That's right, big baddie. Stingy guy. If it wasn't for Big Sister Zizi, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Sister Mo asked me to bring you a letter. Meow cried. As she spoke, she took out an envelope from her felt hat and threw it to Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan took it. He was slightly surprised. Zizi, who was holding Meow, saw the letter and was slightly moved. But she still said, "I'll take Meow to walk around the ship. I haven't seen Meow for a long time." Looking at Zizi, Yan Chuan nodded, but his heart was filled with gratitude and relief. Soon, Yan Chuan was left alone at the bow of the ship. Looking at the letter, Yan Chuan thought for a while and opened it. Looking at the contents of the letter, his expression suddenly froze. He became serious. Yan Chuan read the contents of the letter again and again. After reading it over and over again, Yan Chuan put away the letter and his expression became extremely serious. Looking at the sun in the distance, Yan Chuan fell into deep thought. Tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest of the chair, Yan Chuan seemed to be thinking about something. On the other side, Zizi took Meow to walk around and said, "Meow, tell me what interesting things you've encountered in these years, okay? And what did you see in the Dazhao holy ground? That Mou she, what kind of person is she?" Chapter 8:17. Okay. Meow Meow said, hugging the immortal stone in her arms. Overwhelmed with happiness, she agreed without even thinking about it. Yan Chuan remained silent for a while. "Stop the ship," Yan Chuan ordered. "Yes." The soldiers' voices came from afar. "Call everyone over." Yan Chuan's face turned solemn. "Ah. Yes." Soon, Huo Guang, Feng Yinyang, Jin Dayu, Tan Lang, Zizi, and even Meow arrived before Yan Chuan. "Zizi, I might have to go to the Dazhao sacred ground," Yan Chuan said seriously. "What happened?" Zizi asked worriedly. "Yes. Not only did something happen, but the entire world might change," Yan Chuan said seriously. "Great change in the world." Everyone was surprised. "Can you go back to Beijing with Huo Guang and the others?" Yan Chuan asked. Zizi nodded when she saw Yan Chuan's serious expression. "Okay, I'll wait for you in Beijing." "Your Majesty." "What happened?" Huo Guang asked curiously. "Something big is about to happen. Jin Dayu, follow me to the Dazhao sacred ground immediately. Everyone else, return to Beijing. I'll write a letter to Yi Feng later to explain some things. Perhaps it won't be long before the Great Jin Empire becomes an emperor empire. Huo Guang, when you return, train the troops and prepare them to the highest possible condition." Yan Chuan said solemnly. "Yes." Huo Guang replied. "Feng Yinyang, I've mentioned the feng shui construction of Dazhao dynasty to you many times over the years. When we go back, I'll give you a handwritten order to get Yi Feng to cooperate with you." Yan Chuan said. "Yes." Feng Yinyang nodded. "Your Majesty, will your trip be dangerous?" Huo Guang asked worriedly. "With Jin Dayu accompanying us, you don't have to worry," Yan Chuan said. "Don't worry, Lord Hua. You don't have to worry about His Majesty's strength. I will definitely ensure His Majesty's safety," Jin Dayu guaranteed. "Also, Huo Guang, go and see Bai Ditian when you reach Yanjing. Ask him to meet me at the Great Zhao's sacred ground," Yan Chuan said. "Yes." "Meow. What about me?" Meow asked excitedly. "You. Stay behind and protect ZZ. If anything happens to ZZ, you can inform me immediately," Yan Chuan said. Meow. Meow was obviously unwilling to give up. "Your mission is the most important. Yan Chuan said affirmatively. Meow. Meow was finally satisfied. Zizi's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude, but it quickly turned into a trace of tenderness. Yan Chuan organized a batch of imperial edicts and asked Hu Guang to bring them back. Jin Dayu returned to his room alone. After a while, he walked out. Jin Dayu, let's go. Yan Chuan said. Your Majesty, I have a secret technique here that I can give to the Empress. Jin Dayu said. Oh. This is a secret technique passed down by my ancestors. It requires a special physique. I think that the Empress's fate is really the best. This should be a type of curse-type sorcery. Jin Dayu handed over a scroll made of animal skin. Oh. Yao art. Yan Chuan took it. A thread of curiosity flashed through Yan Chuan's eyes. Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Jin Dayu said. Yan Chuan quickly skimmed through it. After reading it, his eyes lit up. Jin Dayu, I accept this gift. I will compensate you in the future. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Jin Dayu smiled and did not say much. Yan Chuan handed the Nailhead 7 Arrows book to Zizi. Take a look. If you are interested, you can study it. Zizi nodded. Jin Dayu, let's go. Yan Chuan stepped out of the airship. Jin Dayu's body swayed and turned into a giant golden crow. Your Majesty, get on my back. Wah! The golden crow carried Yan Chuan. With a flap of its wings, it shot into the distance and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 8:18. East Divine Continent, Dezhou's Sacred Ground, in a great hall. Mo Yushi sat with Qing Long and the others. Mo Yushi drank tea with a worried expression. Qing Long and the others stood behind her. Clang! The door of the great hall opened, and Mr. Monroe stepped into the hall. Then, the door closed again. Mr. Monroe, how are things now? Mo Yushi asked as she put down her teacup. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. Fortunately, I didn't let you down. I've dealt with those people. Phew. Qing Long and the others sighed in relief. Holy Lady, how did such a big thing happen this time? When Ruo asked worriedly. Sigh, I don't know either. Mo Yushi said with a complicated expression. Someone must be trying to frame you, Holy Lady. However, the evidence is conclusive. So many people died, including the Holy Sun and Holy Lady. Even if you're the Holy Lady, you can't escape the blame. When Ruo said worriedly. Mo Yushi shook her head. They can't do anything to me. Oh. Mr. Monroe looked puzzled. Thank you, Mr. Monroe. I won't hide it from you. When my father was alive, he gave me a token. With this token, I can contact the Holy Lord directly. No matter how big a mistake I make, the Holy Lord will protect me. Mo Yushi took a deep breath. Token. The Holy Lord. How is that possible? The Sacred Lord basically doesn't care about the Great Revelation sacred ground. Even the death of the Sacred Son and Sacred Daughter. No, your father is a Tao Lord. Back then, the Sacred Lord didn't pay much attention to it. It was the other people in the sect who took revenge. Why would the Holy Lord protect you personally? Mr. Monroe was puzzled. I'm not sure either, but I believe in my father. Although I can't see the Holy Master, as long as I give the token to Sheng Wanwan, she should be able to introduce me to him. Mo Yushi said with a frown. Sheng Wanwaner. Mr. Monroe fell into deep thought. Shangwanwan doesn't have a dharma seat in the sect, but she's the Holy Lord's most trusted person. The Holy Lord spends most of his time in seclusion, but the Holy Lord has given all the power in the sect to Shangwanwan. Even the other two Taoist lords aren't as powerful as her. Shangwanwan keeps a very low profile, but I can tell that she cares a lot about you. Mr. Monroe said thoughtfully. I believe Father. With this command medallion, I'll definitely be safe. But I keep feeling that there's some other scheme behind this. Why would someone want to frame me? Moreover, it was so tragic. If we don't get to the bottom of this, I'm afraid that even if Holy Master can protect me, I will continue to fall into this trap. Mou, she said solemnly. But those corpses have all been buried by them. There's no way to investigate now. The Saintess was also unconscious at that time. There's no evidence. Mr. Monroe said with a frown. Let's wait a little longer. He'll be here soon. Mou, she sighed softly. Him. Yen Chuan. When Ruo asked doubtfully. Mou, she nodded. But this just happened. Even if we inform Yen Chuan, it'll take a long time. When Ruo said with a frown. No, more than a year ago. Because of other matters, I've already informed him. He should have been here more than a year ago. Mou, she said. Other matters. Mr. Monroe's expression changed, but he nodded in the end. I can see that the Taoist lords of Sun and Moon have been acting very strangely in the past 2 years. I got the news from Shangwanwan. Shangwanwan told me to, so. Mou, she was a little troubled. Chapter 8:19. Ha ha ha, I understand. Saintess, you don't have to take it to heart. I'm still an outsider. When Ruo shook her head. The Great Zhao's sacred ground. Yen Chuan and Jin Dayu landed on the peak of a mountain and looked into the distance at the sky filled with golden light. There was a huge mountain in the center, and the sky was filled with rolling merits. The sea of merits covered the sky and covered dozens of mountains. At the top of the sea of merits, there were thousands of human-shaped merits condensed from merits. Is this the Great Zhao's sacred ground sea of merits and thousands of Dharma idols? Jin Dayu frowned. The thousands of Dharma idols corresponded to the thousands of experts in the Great Zhao's sacred ground. Yen Chuan looked at the center. There were 3 figures. Yen Chuan recognized one on the left and one on the right. They were Mohina Dojin and Dao Lord Yu Yu. The Dharma idols of the 2 Dao Lords and thousands of Dharma idols bowed to the figure in the center. It was a woman in a luxurious robe. The woman sat on a throne. Her face was blurry, but she exuded a domineering aura. Jingming. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. Your Majesty, the #1 city in the world, Great Zhou City, is in front. Jin Dayu said. Great Zhou City. The city lord is Mr. Monroe. Let's go. We'll enter the city first and ask around. Yen Chuan said. Yes. The 2 of them leaped and flew to the crowded city in the distance. This city did not have a city wall and did not need one. Who would dare to invade the city of the Great Zhao's sacred ground? Moreover, it was close to Jingming. Who would not want to live and attack the city? Great Jin Dynasty, Yanjing. Bai Ditian's Tiger God Temple. Huoguang handed a letter to Bai Ditian. Supremacy Bai, His Majesty asked me to give this to you. He wants you to set off for the Great Zhao's sacred ground immediately. Huoguang said solemnly. Bai Ditian read the contents of the letter. As he read, his eyes gradually narrowed. Jingming Shatian. Bai Ditian's pupils constricted. Shatian. Huoguang did not understand. That's not right. It shouldn't be as simple as killing the heavens. Bai Ditian immediately frowned as he paced back and forth in the hall. Supremacy Bai, His Majesty has asked you to go as soon as possible. Huo Guang said. Bai Ditian nodded and said, I understand. I will go. Huo Guang, during this period, maintain the state of the Great Jin army. Something big might happen soon. I know, His Majesty has already given the order. Huo Guang shouted. Yes. I'll leave for the Great Zhao's sacred ground. Go ahead. Bai Ditian said. All right. After Huo Guang left, Bai Ditian continued to walk in the hall. The most powerful person in the world. Kill the heavens. How bold. Southern Divine Continent. What a tragedy. Inside a large hall, King Guai sat on the 9 dragons' heavenly throne as he looked at the court. A skeleton walked in the middle, reporting to Your Majesty, the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, and 3rd Legion have already annihilated the 3 middle-level sects. The army will continue to expand. King Guai nodded. At this moment, Li Canghai also stepped forward. Your Majesty, the ghostly soldiers from the netherworld are constantly being deployed into the living world. Our Great Zhao's sacred ground has become the norm. The day of unifying the Southern Divine Continent is just around the corner. Li Canghai said respectfully. Good. King Guai nodded. King Guai looked at the court and said, I will set off for the Great Zhao's sacred ground 3 days later. I will fight in Jingming Shatian. When I'm not around, Li Canghai will be in charge. Yes, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The court officials bowed. Snake Emperor, come with me. King of Gai said in a low voice. Chapter 820. In a corner of the hall stood a man with a gloomy face. His face was pale, and he coughed with a handkerchief in his hand. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing for a while, he seemed to feel much better. He nodded and said, Your Majesty, the Snake Emperor will naturally accompany you. In a hall in the North Divine Continent. Yao Tiansheng, who had opened the tomb with Guyu Holy Sun, was frowning as he read a letter. A group of great demons stood beside him. Their leader was Spider King, who had competed with Yan Chuan in the Heavenly Bestowment Conference decades ago. Your Majesty. Is it urgent? Spider King asked with a frown. Yao Tiansheng passed the letter to the great demons, and they quickly read it. The Archaic Mysteries sect is in the North Divine Continent. Dao Lord Yu came with Jingming's decree to forbid the Archaic Mysteries sect from divining the heavenly secrets. What does Jingming want? Spider King asked in surprise. Something big has happened in the East Divine Continent. Yao Tiansheng said in a low voice. Something big. Spider King raised an eyebrow. I have already made arrangements for the construction of the Yao Nation. Spider King, follow me to the East Divine Continent immediately. Yao Tiansheng said in a low voice. Yes. In a forest in the Middle Divine Continent. There was a manor in the forest. In a hall in the manor. The Emperor stood in the middle of the hall. An old man held a painting in front of him and compared it to the Emperor. The woman in the painting looked exactly like the Emperor. However, the woman in the painting was smiling happily, while the Emperor in front of him had an extremely serious expression. Phew, are you really the daughter of the Blade Demon? Are you really? I was still suspicious of the instructions left by our ancestor. I didn't expect you to really come. The old man said in surprise. Ancestor. Your lineage has really declined. Before I left you all a set of blade techniques. Whether you can rise up or not depends on yourselves. The emperor said calmly. Yes, thank you, Saintess. Thank you. The old man said excitedly. All right, now tell me what happened back then. How did my father die? The emperor said in a low voice. The old man frowned and shook his head. Saintess, our ancestor left a message. However, he said that he didn't know what happened that day, but someone must know. Oh. The emperor looked at the old man in confusion. The lord of the Dazhao holy ground, Jingming. The ancestor said that on the day the saber demon fell, Jingming was beside him. Jingming definitely knows everything. The old man said. Jingming, right next to the place where my father died. Witnessed everything. The emperor raised his eyebrows. Yes, that's what our ancestors told us. The old man nodded. The emperor frowned slightly. That woman again. Saintess. The old man called out. I got it. I'll carve the saber technique on the stone wall behind your house. You can observe it from there. The emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, thank you, Saintess, thank you, Saintess. The old man said happily. The emperor left behind the sword-shaped stone inscription and left the manor. At the peak of a mountain, the emperor looked at the horizon with a frown. Jingling. Although I don't want to see you, for the sake of my father's revenge, I will endure for the time being. The emperor stepped forward and flew towards the east. Great Zhao Holy Land, Great Zhou City. In a restaurant. Yan Chuan and Jin Dayu sat down, and a man stood in front of them. Are you saying that holy maiden Mo Yushi killed someone? And all of them were the sons of experts. Even Mohina Dojin's children were killed. Yan Chuan said with a serious expression. Of course. What else do you want to know? As long as you can afford the spirit stones, I can tell you everything. The man laughed. Chapter 821. Dazhao Holy Ground. Inside a large hall. Guyu Holy Sun looked at the 7 coffins in front of him with a gloomy face. Inside each coffin was a corpse. 3 men and 4 women. The 7 corpses were dressed in luxurious robes and their throats were slit. There was no sound. Guyu Holy Sun's face was gloomy. Beside him stood Mohina Dojin's favorite son, Yang Zigu. 2nd of 8th brother. What happened to them? I went to the central divine continent. Why are they all dead? Moreover, this is not how they should die. Guyu Holy Sun said with a gloomy face. Guyu, don't worry. Father has a plan. Yang Zigu smiled. Rumor has it that Mo Yushi killed all of them. However, when I saw the corpses, I knew that it was definitely not Mo Yushi's doing. You said that father has a plan. What plan? Is it because of you again? Guyu Holy Sun's face changed. Yang Zigu said proudly, that's right. Father wants to force Mo Yushi to marry me. That's why 2nd to 8th brother faked their deaths. Faked their deaths. Why? Can they still be alive? Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. Of course. No matter what, they are still my brothers. How can I let them die for no reason? Yang Zigu smiled. They died in front of everyone. How can they come back to life? How can we explain this to the Holy Master? Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. You don't have to worry about this. Father has a plan. Yang Zigu said confidently. Guyu Holy Sun looked at his 7 siblings lying in the coffins and then at Yang Zigu. His expression was complicated. It's because of you again. Father is too biased. He is so biased that he let his 7 children die for your marriage. Guyu Holy Sun felt a chill in his heart. Guyu Holy Sun could not understand his father's love. These were the biological children of Tao Lord Rage Sun. Were they really going to die just because of Yang Zhizhou's nonsense? Yang Zigu said, Brother Guyu Holy Sun. You Holy Sun. Of you Holy Sun. You Holy Sun. You Holy Sun. You Holy. You Holy Sun. They are my blood brothers and sisters. If they don't come back to life, I'll take your life. Ancient You Saint Child said coldly. You Holy Sun. You of you. Of. You Holy Sun has a low status in the Holy Land. He is only forcing You Shi to marry him. Why did he go through so much trouble? Why did so many people die? Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. How would I know? You Holy Sun. I don't have time to look at these dead people with you. I still have to find You Shi and ask for her hand in marriage. Yang Zigu flung his sleeves and walked out of the hall. Guyu Holy Sun's face darkened as he watched Yang Zigu leave. Guyu Holy Sun turned to look at the 7 coffins. Second brother, third brother. I don't care how you died. You will come back to life. Otherwise, I will take revenge for you. It is our fortune to be born into this family, but it is also our sorrow. Guyu Holy Sun said bitterly. Yan Chuan and Jin Dayu were flying in the air. In front of them were 2 purple-robed figures. I have seen his portrait. He is Yan Chuan, the ruler of the Dajin dynasty. One of the purple-robed men shouted coldly. You are Yan Chuan. The other man's eyes lit up. Who are you? Yan Chuan looked coldly at the 2 men who had suddenly appeared. Chapter 822. We're the perfected cultivators of the Lan Yu sect. One of them said. Oh. Lan Yu sect. The top 10 mid-level sects in the East Divine Continent. I heard that your sect leader was once a disciple of the Dazhou Sacred Ground. Later, he got permission from Jingming to establish the Lan Yu sect as a subsidiary of the Dazhou Sacred Ground. Yan Chuan recalled. Good that you know. Our sect leader is an upper void realm expert. Yan Chuan, surrender. One of the purple-robed men shouted. Surrender without a fight. I, Yan Chuan, have nothing to do with the Lan Yu sect. Yan Chuan asked doubtfully. Yes, but you have something to do with You Shi. Rumor has it that you're You Shi's lover. You Shi killed our sect leader's son and is now hiding at Meng Wenruo's place. As long as we capture you, I don't believe that You Shi won't come out. The purple-robed man shouted. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Senior brother, just capture him. Don't talk nonsense with him. The other purple-robed man shouted. Yes. The 2 of them rushed toward Yan Chuan. Boom. Jin Dayu rushed forward and threw 2 punches. The 3 of them started fighting. Roar. Jin Dayu fought fiercely. As he roared, his punches were extremely powerful. There was even a burning force on his fists. Boom. Boom. The 2 Dharma treasures were immediately deformed by Jin Dayu's attacks. Ah! Ah! In the blink of an eye, the 2 purple-robed experts were sent flying. Yan Chuan did not stop and continued to fly toward the city lord's mansion. Soon, he arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. Who are you? Someone from the city lord's mansion stopped him. You may leave. Mr. Monroe's voice came from behind. Yes. The guards retreated. Yan Chuan and Jean Dayu also saw Mr. Monroe. Ha, Hades Emperor, I was just talking to the saint about you yesterday, and you're already here today. Please. Mr. Monroe immediately stepped forward with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan looked at Mr. Monroe and said, Mr. Monroe, thank you so much for this. Ha, I didn't do anything. Please, meet the saintess first. We'll talk later. Wen Ruo said with a smile. All right. Under Mr. Monroe's guidance, Yan Chuan soon arrived outside a large hall. Qing Long, Bai Long, Rose Finch, Xuan Wu, and 4 women stood guard outside the hall. Hades. Qing Long and the others exclaimed excitedly. The saintess is in the main hall. Bai Long said immediately. Bring Jean Dayu to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Yan Chuan said. Qing Long and the others suddenly raised their heads. Only then did he look at Jean Dayu in surprise. Jean Dayu. Perfected Lord Dayu. Qing Long said in surprise. Mr. Monroe also looked at Jean Dayu, who was standing beside Yan Chuan, in surprise. Jean Dayu had been walking behind Yan Chuan, and Mr. Monroe thought that he was just a subordinate of Yan Chuan. How could he have known that he was perfected Lord Dayu? Back then, the matter of the Great Jin dynasty annihilating the Great Feather Heavenly Sect had already reached Mr. Wen Ruo's ears. However, Mr. Wen Ruo would never have thought that Yan Chuan's follower was actually true Lord Great Feather. This is Jean Dayu, the 3rd army commander of the Dajin dynasty. Yan Chuan introduced him. Greetings, Master Jean. Everyone was a little confused. Was he really subdued? He was the founder of a middle-level sect. Yan Chuan's dynasty was only equivalent to a lower-level sect. How could a middle-level sect's founder be a subordinate of a dynasty? Jean Dayu, familiarize yourself with the surroundings first to prevent any thieves from sneaking in. Yan Chuan instructed Jean Dayu. All right. Jean Dayu nodded. Chapter 823. Yan Chuan and Wen Ruo stepped into the main hall. In the main hall, Mo Yushi also heard the news outside the hall. At this moment, she bit her lips and revealed a touched smile on her face. After such a big thing happened, the entire Dazhao Holy Land was hiding from Mo Yushi, afraid that they would be implicated. Only Mr. Monroe and Yan Chuan helped her. Hades Emperor, the Holy Maiden has always been thinking about you. This time, such a big thing happened, and she also believes that you can help solve it. Mr. Monroe said. Yan Chuan nodded and said, I heard a little about it when I was in the city. Tell me, what happened? At the mention of this matter, the 3 of them gradually became serious. Yan Chuan looked at Mo Yushi, and Mo Yushi recalled. Did you receive the letter I sent you? Mo Yushi asked. Is it related to that letter? Yan Chuan asked curiously. More or less. Other than the 2 Dao Lords and Sheng Wanwan, only the sect masters of the 5 vassal sects of the Dazhao Holy Land know about the news. The 5 sect masters have all arrived at the Dazhao Holy Land. You know these 5 vassal sects, right? Mo Yushi asked. Yes, the 5 vassal sects of the Dazhao Holy Land. The sect masters were all from the Dazhao Holy Land. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, although they are vassal sects, they are still very prestigious in the Dazhao Holy Land. This time, the 5 sect masters each brought a son, hoping that the Holy Lord will favor them. The 5 sect masters rarely returned, so they looked for Yue and Maori to catch up. Mohina Dojin asked me to receive their sons and 7 of Mohina Dojin's children. At that time, I didn't think much and agreed. Mo Yushi frowned. Yes. And then? Yen Chuan frowned. And then, ha. Mo she revealed a bitter smile. That day, I invited everyone to my northern Mo hall and held a banquet. There were only the 13 of us, and we talked and ate in the northern Mo hall. But then, I don't know who poisoned me, but I fainted at that time. Mo she recalled. Poison. Yen Chuan's face turned cold. Mo she frowned. Yes, northern Mo hall. At that time, it was a closed-door banquet. At that time, the planning was very complicated. The person who poisoned me should be one of the other 12 people. Go on. I fell asleep. I don't know how much time had passed, but the door to the main hall was suddenly blasted open. At that moment, I was startled awake and stood up. When I stood up, I saw that the other 12 people were all lying in a pool of blood. And in my hand, I was holding a blood-soaked long saber. My body was also covered in blood. Mo she recalled. All dead. Could it be Mohina Dojin? Yen Chuan said in surprise. It shouldn't be. Mohina Dojin led a group of great Zhao sacred grounds perfected lords in. When they entered the main hall, I woke up. But everyone in the main hall was dead. Moreover, the blood had dried up. Clearly, they had been dead for more than 2 hours. Mo she said with a complicated expression. When you were unconscious, someone entered your main hall to kill people. Yen Chuan frowned. No. At that time, Qing Long and the others were guarding outside the main hall. My northern Mo hall even activated the array. During that time, no one could enter. Mo she said with a frown. No one came in. You were the only one alive. Everyone else is dead. How did Mohina Dojin know? Yen Chuan frowned. Mohina Dojin sensed that his son was dead, so he stormed into northern Mo hall in anger. Mr. Monroe said from the side. It seems that the murderer really put in a lot of effort. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. Chapter 8:24. Looks like the culprit really put in a lot of effort. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. Put in a lot of effort. It's really put in a lot of effort. In fact, this is a trap. Mo she said with a cold expression. Oh. You know the culprit? Yen Chuan asked doubtfully. Most likely, but there's no evidence. No one believes me. When I woke up, it was almost the same time as Mohina Dojin barged into the main hall. There were many witnesses outside the hall. I couldn't deny it. Mo she said with a complicated expression. Who's the culprit? Yen Chuan asked curiously. Mohina Dojin. Mo she said in a low voice. Oh. Didn't you say that he barged into northern Mo hall and those people had already been dead for 2 hours? Yen Chuan asked curiously. That's right. Mohina Dojin didn't have to be there to kill them. He didn't have to do it personally. He asked me to look after the sect master's sons to lure me into the trap and create an alibi for him. Mo she said in a low voice. What do you mean? Yen Chuan asked doubtfully. You might not know, but in fact, in the Dazhao sacred ground, other than my father who was a dark phoenix, there was another phoenix, a fire phoenix. Later on, she married Mohina Dojin. However, this fire phoenix died after giving birth to Yang Zigu. Mo she explained. Mohina Dojin's 9 sons are also phoenix sons. They all have the bloodline of the fire phoenix. Do you know that the phoenix people have a special ability? Mo she asked. Nirvana rebirth. That's right. As long as the divine soul isn't destroyed and the body dies, the divine soul will turn into a phoenix soul egg. When this phoenix soul egg is born, it will extract all the essence of the body and turn the body into ashes. The phoenix soul egg will absorb all the essence of the body and turn into a phoenix egg. It will then break out of the nirvana rebirth. She explained. Tao Lord Black Sun's 7 children are all corpses. Yen Chuan's expression froze. According to their wounds, their throats were cut and blood. Their divine soul's rebirth. Their divine souls were death. Their divine soul's death. Their divine souls were. Their divine souls. Even their souls were their souls were nirvana. Was their underscore was air. They didn't undergo nirvana, but split their bodies and souls. Yen Chuan immediately guessed the key point. That's right. Mohina Dojin rushed into the main hall in an instant. Indeed, he couldn't kill everyone in an instant, but he was able to silently collect the souls of his 7 children. She said in a low voice. No one has any doubts. There's no point in doubting it. Mohina Dojin's wife is a phoenix, but Mohina Dojin himself is a human. It can be said that Mohina Dojin's children have already abandoned the phoenix bloodline and are completely human. How could they be reborn as a phoenix? It's not impossible. She said. Is this just your guess? Other than this, there's no other explanation. Mr. Monroe shook his head and said. Yes, but I don't understand. Why? Why did they pay such a high price? Suicide. Just to frame me. They are the holy son and holy daughter. She was confused. Chapter 8:25. No matter what, we already know the result and the process. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. But no one will believe me without evidence. She said bitterly. Where are the corpses? Yen Chuan asked. They've all been taken away. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. Yen Chuan took a deep breath. Just as She had guessed, Mohina Dojin had done it flawlessly. There were no loopholes at all. Killing the Holy Son and the Sacred Lady. Based on this crime alone, Yushi, the Sacred Lady, may be stripped of her position and banished from the Dazhao Holy Ground. Once she leaves the Dazhao Holy Ground, she will be hunted from all sides. Not only the 5 vassal sects, but even the enemies of the Sacred Lady's father would seek revenge on her. Moreover, would Mohina Dojin let the Sacred Lady off? Mr. Monroe explained. I have the token that my father left behind. The Sacred Lord can guarantee my safety. She said. Oh. Yen Chuan asked curiously. Then She repeated what her father had said before he died. That's not right. If Jingting doesn't care about your father's life, why would he care about your life? Otherwise, your father wouldn't have died because of the token. Yen Chuan questioned. I believe in my father. She said with certainty. Then She took out a golden token and handed it to Yen Chuan. On the token, there was only one word, Marshal. The token didn't have any vital chi fluctuations and there was no array. It was probably just a token. However, with this token, Jingting could take care of Shi. Then why didn't Shi's father protect her? Yen Chuan fell into deep thought. While the 3 of them were deep in thought, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the hall. Get out of the way, Wenruo. I know Shi is with you. Let me in. An arrogant voice came from outside the palace. Yang Zigu. Yen Chuan's expression changed as he suddenly remembered. The 3 people in the hall looked at each other. Yen Chuan nodded. When Ruo walked out of the main hall and very quickly, she allowed Yang Zigu to enter the main hall. The moment Yang Zigu entered the main hall, he saw Yan Chuan. "It's you. You still dare to come to my great Zhao Holy Land?" Yang Zigu said coldly. Yan Chuan smiled and said, "I'm here for Mr. Monroe." "What's there to be afraid of?" "Looking for Mr. Monroe." Instantly, Yang Zigu's expression relaxed a lot. Then, Yang Zigu looked at Mo Yushi. "Yushi." Yang Zigu suddenly said gently. "Don't call me Yushi. I can't accept it." Mo Yushi said coldly. "Why can't you accept it? You're here for Northern Mo Hole. Don't worry, I've already discussed it with Father. As long as you're willing to marry me, Father will help you suppress everything." Yang Zigu said with a smile. "Oh. Mohina Dojin's 7 children died, and he can sit by and do nothing." Mo Yushi's expression changed. At the side, Yan Chuan and Mr. Monroe were observing Yang Zigu's expression to judge the case. "Of course, they're different. It's not like you don't know that my father listens to me. If the 7 of them died, so be it. Here are the betrothal gifts. I've already prepared them. As long as you agree, you won't have any more worries. You'll still be the saintess of the great Zhao Holy Land. No one will dare to touch you." Yang Zigu flipped his hand and took out a box of betrothal gifts. Seeing Yang Zigu's confident attitude, Yan Chuan believed Mo Yushi's guess even more. This is Mohina Dojin's scheme, right? Why is he targeting me? He's even willing to kill his own children." Mo Yushi rebuked angrily. Chapter 826. Yang Zigu panicked, but he still said calmly, "What did you say?" "I don't understand, but let me tell you, Mo Yushi, if you don't agree to marry me, you will be banished from the Dazhao Holy Land. At that time, I will still be able to capture you, and no one will be able to protect you." Banished from the Dazhao Holy Land. Mohina Dojin is so bold, but you are also so ruthless. Using the lives of 7 brothers in exchange for me to marry you. If I really marry you, who knows when I will be like your brothers, easily slaughtered by you and used to coax the hearts of other women." Mo Yushi said coldly. "No, Yushi, why would I harm you? My brothers are actually..." Yang Zigu shouted anxiously, but he suddenly stopped halfway. "Mo Yushi, let me tell you, I am here to give you face, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. If you marry now, you can still maintain some dignity. My father has already prepared to report this to the Holy Lord. Once the Holy Lord speaks, you can forget about escaping from my hands. You killed 7 of my brothers, and the Holy Lord will definitely agree to my father's request in order to compensate him." Yang Zigu said coldly. "Scram!" Mo Yushi shouted. Yang Zigu flung his sleeves and walked out of the main hall angrily. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The main hall was silent. From the looks of it, the Holy Lady's guess should be right, and the souls of Yang Zigu's 7 brothers are definitely still in Mohina Dojin's hands. Mr. Monroe analyzed. "To marry me. Why would Mohina Dojin go through so much trouble?" Mo Yushi frowned. With Mohina Dojin's current achievements, if he fancies any saint lady, all he has to do is report to the Holy Master, and the Holy Master will agree to let that saint lady be his daughter-in-law. But for my matter, why would Mohina Dojin go through so much trouble? Mo Yushi was confused. This means that you have something that even Mohina Dojin can't touch. This kind of thing is even more important than Mohina Dojin's achievements. Yan Chuan analyzed in a deep voice. As he spoke, everyone looked at the command medallion. On the command medallion was the word Marshal. "Mr. Monroe, can I trouble you with something?" Yen Chuan said. "Oh. Please speak, Hades Emperor." "I'll have to trouble you to help me gather some information about Mohina Dojin, Yang Zigu, and Guyu Holy Sun from the time of the Northern Mo Hall murder case," Yen Chuan said. "Okay, no problem. Hades Emperor, do you have a solution?" Mr. Monroe asked curiously. "Solution? Let's take a look at them first." "Oh right, if you can get Guyu Holy Sun and Yang Zigu's blood, that would be even better. If you can't get it, you can get some of their hair too," Yen Chuan said. "Okay, I'll try my best." Mr. Monroe nodded. "Do you have a solution?" Mo Yushi frowned. "From Yang Zigu's words, I can roughly tell that Yang Zigu should know everything. Since he knows, then we'll have to pry it out of him," Yen Chuan said with a serious expression. "How?" "Mohina Dojin is very concerned about Yang Zigu. As long as Yang Zigu has any mishap, Mohina Dojin will definitely arrive in an instant. This is the Great Zhao Holy Land." Mo Yushi frowned. "I know. However, with your token, I've also thought of a way. Just wait. As long as Mr. Wenruo receives the same news as what I think, we can immediately strike first and gain the initiative. Even if Dao Lord Rage Sun watches on helplessly, he won't be able to stop it," Yen Chuan said with a serious gaze. Chapter 827. On the same day, when Ruo went to collect information, Yen Chuan, accompanied by Mo Yushi, quietly went to North Mo Hall again. The door of North Mo Hall was broken, and the hall was in a mess. There were many bloodstains on the ground. Yen Chuan's eyelids twitched, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. "The corpses have been collected." Mo Yushi sighed. "It's okay, these bloodstains are enough." "Which ones belong to Yang Zigu's brothers?" Yen Chuan said with satisfaction. Mo Yushi pointed at a few bloodstains, and Yen Chuan carefully collected them. After looking around North Mo Hall, Yen Chuan and the rest returned to the City Lord's mansion. In the City Lord's mansion, Mr. Monroe collected a large amount of information. Yen Chuan quickly finished reading the information. He smiled and said, "Mr. Monroe, you're really fast. These are all recorded. I found them quickly. Also, I found some of Yang Zigu's and Guyu Holy Sun's hair." Mr. Monroe smiled. "Oh. I found the servants in charge of cleaning Yang Zigu's and Guyu Holy Sun's houses every day. I found them among the trash they cleaned." Mr. Monroe smiled. "That's great." Yen Chuan smiled. "What are you going to do?" Mo Yushi asked curiously. "Where's the betrothal gift that Yang Zigu left behind?" Yen Chuan asked. Mo Yushi did not like the betrothal gift, but she still took it. There were 36 immortal stones in the betrothal gift, and they emitted a faint mist. Yen Chuan reached out and took out a fiery red immortal stone. "This is a fire-type immortal stone?" Mo Yushi asked in confusion. Yen Chuan once again took out a strand of Yang Zigu and Guyu Holy Sun's hair. He also took out the blood of Yang Zigu's elder brother that he had collected in Northern Mo Hall. With a wave of his hand, his hair and blood quickly fused into one, turning into a fiery red liquid. Staring at the red liquid, Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed. Boom! Yen Chuan's palm let out a thunderous roar. It came from the spring thunder of the thunderclouds in the blue sky. With the sound of spring thunder, all living things were born. Within the red liquid, there was an additional aura of life. With his other hand, he held the fire-type immortal stone and mixed the red liquid with it. Boom! With another thunderous roar, the two merged perfectly into one. Hoo! Above the fire-type immortal stone, the dense chi instantly condensed into a fire-type phoenix. Phoenix struggled bitterly, but she was unable to escape from the immortal stone. What is this? Mr. Monroe's expression changed. Refining souls into treasures. Mo Yushi's expression changed. That's right. For many Dharma treasures, as long as the soul of a specific demon beast is refined into them, their spirituality and power will increase greatly. The immortal stone is no exception. As long as the soul of a fire-type phoenix is refined into it, the immortal stone will carry the aura of a phoenix. When absorbing the primordial chi in the immortal stone, it will greatly benefit the user. Yen Chuan said with a smile. But, is this a soul? Wen Ruo frowned. Of course not. This is just the surface. From the surface, it looks like the soul of Yang Zigu's elder brother has been refined into it. Yen Chuan said with a smile. Mr. Monroe's expression changed. Then, he looked at Yen Chuan in surprise and said, "Ha ha ha, Hades Emperor's method is really ingenious. We have no evidence, so we can only take risks. I won't hide it from you, sir. Can you accompany us during this time?" Yen Chuan stared at Mr. Monroe and said. Mo Yushi's expression changed. She understood Yen Chuan's intention. Yen Chuan was preparing to set up a trap. He wanted Wen Ruo to accompany them to prevent Wen Ruo from leaking information. On the other hand, he wanted to force Wen Ruo to side with Yen Chuan. He wanted Wen Ruo to isolate the Dajiao's sacred ground. Chapter 828. Wen Ruo smiled bitterly and nodded. She gave some instructions to Mo Yushi. Everyone stepped out of the city lord mansion again. Yen Chuan, Mo Yushi, Wen Ruo, Jin Dayu, Qing Long, and the others flew towards the Great Bright Mountain. Great Bright Mountain, Jingyu Dojo. The #1 holy land in the world. Countless great bright holy land Shioja flew back and forth in all directions. Above their heads was the great bright holy land Merit Cloud Sea. Thousands of Dharma images with grand power pressed down. Everyone flew over and also attracted the attention of Shioja from all directions. Whoosh! Instantly, a figure blocked in front of everyone. A man in blue robes had a dark expression. Mo Yushi, you still dare to come out, the man in blue robes said coldly. Yushi greets Supreme Lan Yu. Regarding your son's death, Yushi deeply regrets. But there is another secret. If not for Yushi, you will know in a few days. Mo Yushi said. Ha ha ha, not you. Mo Yushi, you still want to quibble. Supreme Lan Yu said with a dark expression. Presumptuous, Supreme Lan Yu. The truth is not out yet. How can the great bright holy daughter allow you to slander her? Mr. Monroe instantly shouted. Wen Ruo, a little lower void realm, what right do you have to talk about me? Supreme Lan Yu said with a dark expression. This is the great bright holy land, not your Lan Yu sect, Mo Yushi said coldly. What about the great bright? What about the great bright? I also walked out of the great bright. Can my son die for no reason? Mo Yushi, I want you to pay with your life. Supreme Lan Yu said angrily. Supreme Lan Yu shouted angrily. Countless Shioja from all directions looked over. Other than Supreme Lan Yu, the strong people of the vassal sects also looked over with unfriendly faces. Just as everyone was glaring at Mo Yushi, a voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. Huh, what about the Great Bright? Here in the Great Bright, these are the rules of the Great Bright. What? Could it be that someone wants to violate the rules of our Great Zhao? A pretty girl's voice was heard. Hearing this voice, almost everyone's expression changed. The crowd turned their gazes over. It was a woman in a red robe who slowly walked over. The woman was about 20 years old. She had an oval-shaped face and a pair of watery eyes. She looked very charming, but her entire temperament gave off a sense of experience. With a book in his hand, he walked over slowly, neither hurriedly nor slowly. A graceful, noble, and lofty aura was instantly emitted. Everyone's expression changed, and they immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, Miss Shangwan." Miss Shangwan. Shangwan her. Yan Chuan's expression suddenly changed as he looked at the woman. True monarch Lan Yu, the Wu clan's plaza is not to be noisy. Have you forgotten? Shangwan Waner smiled faintly. A trace of cold sweat emerged on true Lord Lan Yu's forehead, and he immediately nodded his head and said, "I know my mistake. It's good that you know your wrongs. In the Great Zhao Holy Lands, Zhang Sun is responsible for everything. Don't let the Holy Lord be disappointed in you." Shangwan Wan said indifferently. "Yes, I will remember it in my heart." True Lord Lan Yu immediately said submissively. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Shangwan Waner in surprise. One must know that Lan Yu sect was one of the 5 major vassal sects, and true Lord Lan Yu was an upper void realm expert. At this moment, he was submissive to Shangwan Waner. "Yushi greets Miss Shangwan." Mo Yushi said solemnly. "Girl, what are you doing?" Shangwan Waner immediately went forward and smiled. "Does Miss Shangwan know about Yushi's matter?" Mo Yushi frowned and asked. "Who in the Great Zhao Holy Lands doesn't know? But don't worry, with me here, no one will hurt you." Shangwan Waner suddenly smiled. Chapter 829. As long as I'm here, no one will hurt you. Everyone was shocked. Shangwan Waner wanted to protect Mo Yushi. With this protection, who would dare to touch her? Supreme Lan Yu's expression was ugly. She looked at Mo Yushi with resentment. Mo Yushi shook her head and said, "Yushi is innocent. Miss Shangwan, please investigate." "Innocent? I've already sent someone to check. Unfortunately, now." Shangwan Waner sighed slightly. Obviously, in the case of irrefutable evidence, it was impossible for them to use it, and there was no way for them to use it. "Miss Shangwan, this time, I'm here to clear my name. I hope the Holy Master can give me a fair chance." Mo Yushi said sincerely. "Ha, Mo Yushi, you want to disturb the Holy Master for your matter?" An extremely disdainful voice came from the crowd. It was Yang Zigu. He had heard the news at some point and had also come to the crowd. Shangwan Waner frowned and looked at Yang Zigu. Her eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. However, Yang Zigu's words seemed to have struck a chord in everyone's hearts. "The Holy Master. The Holy Master will clear your name." Back then, Mo Yushi's father was a Tao Lord. Jingming didn't care much about the Tao Lord's death. "You, a little saintess, want the Holy Master to make a move." No one was optimistic about Mo Yushi. What a fool's dream. "Yushi, you want to see the Holy Master. Do you know that the Holy Master doesn't like you?" Shangwan Waner frowned. The Holy Master doesn't like Mo Yushi. Instantly, Yang Zigu and Supreme Lan Yu's eyes lit up. Shangwan Waner was the Holy Master's mouth. If she said that the Holy Master didn't like Mo Yushi, then he definitely didn't like her. The Holy Master doesn't like Mo Yushi. Then it would be much easier to deal with Mo Yushi. Even if Shangwan Waner protected Mo Yushi, it would be useless. Everyone had their own plans. Mo Yushi frowned slightly. It was obvious that this was the first time she had heard of it. However, he still nodded and said, "My father once gave me a token. He said that as long as I gave the token to the Holy Master would protect me." Mou Shi handed over the token. "Ha ha ha, Mou Shi, are you lying to the Holy Master? You think the Holy Master will protect you just because of this stupid token?" Yang Zigu sneered in disbelief. Of course, at this moment, no one believed that the command medallion was useful. Everyone present was an expert, so they could tell with a single glance that there was nothing special about this token. If this token was really useful, then the Holy Lord wouldn't have remained indifferent to the death of Mou Shi's father. Just as she was waiting to see Mou Shi make a fool of herself, Sheng Wanwan became extremely serious. Sheng Wanwan put away the scroll in her hand and respectfully took the token with both hands. The faces of Yang Zigu and Supreme Lan Yu stiffened. Stupid token. If it was a stupid token, would Sheng Wanwan be so serious? Sheng Wanwan took the token and looked at it carefully. Then, her expression changed. Seeing Sheng Wanwan's expression, everyone's heart jumped. What kind of token was that? Was it really that important? Sheng Wanwan looked at the token and took a deep breath. Then, she looked at Mou Shi and said, "Yu Shi, don't worry. Although the Holy Master doesn't like you, you are still the saintess of the Great Zhao. I will try my best to persuade the Holy Master to give you a chance." "Thank you, Lady Shengwan." Mou Shi's face lit up with joy. However, the people around couldn't believe it. Was this a joke? How busy was the Holy Master? Why would he come out for Mou Shi? Supreme Lan Yu, Yang Zigu and the others looked at the token in disbelief. Sheng Wanwan still didn't think it was enough. She said to the subordinates behind her, "Inform the Great Zhao's sacred ground that those above true monarch are to wait outside the Wu clan's main hall. The Holy Master may summon them at any time." "Yes," the subordinate said respectfully. Supreme Lan Yu was at a loss. What did Sheng Wanwan's order mean? That meant that the Holy Master would definitely come out. Definitely come out. How was that possible? How could an ordinary token make the Holy Master come out? Everyone here stared at Sheng Wanwan's token. They wanted to engrave this token in their hearts so that they wouldn't accidentally offend it one day without knowing what happened. Chapter 830. Jingming, the most powerful person in the world. Only others waited for her, not for her. Sheng Wanwan's order was spread in all directions. All the true monarchs outside received the news and headed towards the Great Bright Mountain and the Wu clan's main hall. Sheng Wanwan put away the order and looked at Mou Shi. "Yu Shi, do you need my help to clear your name?" "No, I've already invited Mr. Monroe and Yen Chuan. As long as the Holy Lord allows us to enter the Great Zhao Mountain together, it will be enough." Mou Shi shook her head. Sheng Wanwan looked at Wen Ruo and then at Yen Chuan. Her eyes lit up. This is the Yen Chuan who wrote The 9 Hardships of the Common People, created the painting of misery and suffering with Mr. Monroe, and the statue of the sorrowful tearful goddess. "I've heard a lot about you." Sheng Wanwan asked curiously. "Miss Shengwan, you're too kind." Yen Chuan was just lucky. Yen Chuan smiled. "Lucky? Ha, I've seen your calligraphy. It's even in the hands of the Holy Lord." "The Holy Lord praised your calligraphy." Sheng Wanwan laughed. "Calligraphy?" "The calligraphy at the Heavenly Bestowal Conference. In Jingming's hands." "Ha ha ha, that calligraphy was completely dependent on Mr. Monroe's painting." "It's nothing." Yen Chuan shook his head. "You're too kind. My painting was completely dependent on your calligraphy." Wen Ruo shook her head. You don't need to be modest, said Shang Wanwan. Wan admires Emperor Yan's talent. The Great Jin Dynasty's Great Collapse Plan. Ha! Now the whole world is warning against it. Just a few spirit stones were enough to destroy a mid-level sect. It's unprecedented in this world. The Great Collapse Plan. Yan Chuan was surprised. One had to know that this plan was extremely secretive. Not many people knew about it. Only a few factory guards knew about it, and they only found out about it after the incident. Shang Wanwan knew about it too. You flatter me. Yan Chuan shook his head. Shang Wanwan smiled and said, the Holy Lord also wishes to meet the young geniuses. Wan is looking forward to this opportunity. After Shang Wanwan finished speaking, she turned around and walked back. Obviously, he had gone to see Jing and I. There was a moment of silence on the square. Supreme Lan Yu and the others all looked gloomily at Mo Yushi. Yang Zigu frowned and stepped forward. Yushi, what do you mean by redress? Could there be other murderers? Mo Yushi smiled faintly and ignored him. Many people were watching. Yang Zigu's face stiffened, and at the same time, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Swish! Swish! One figure after another flew over and landed on the square. In the Great Zhao's sacred ground, perfected monarchs flew over one after another. All of them looked at Mo Yushi curiously. In the blink of an eye, there were already 100 perfected monarchs on the square. All of them had restrained their aura and looked very dignified. Perfected monarchs had the same status as Saintess and Holy Sun. They were below Tao monarchs and above enlightened masters. All of the perfected monarchs arrived and stood outside the main hall, waiting for Jing Ni's summons. The 100 perfected monarchs all had serious expressions. At the same time, they distanced themselves from Mo Yushi and the 5 sect masters of the vassal sections. Jing and I did not like to form cliques. Therefore, the 100 perfected monarchs did not want to be involved in this karma. Yan Chuan, Wen Ruo, Mo Yushi and the others stood together and looked at the main hall. There was a plaque above the main hall that wrote Wu Clan. Wu Clan Main Hall. Do you know where it came from? Yan Chuan asked Mo Yushi curiously. Mo Yushi looked at the main hall, thought for a while and shook her head. This main hall was originally called Great Zhao Hall. It was later changed to Wu Clan Main Hall. Chapter 831. Oh. The Great Zhao Palace. It was changed later. When? Yan Chuan was confused. It should have started when Shang Wanwan came. Mo Yushi frowned. When Shang Wanwan came. Yan Chuan was confused. Yes, at that time, the Great Zhao Holy Ground was not the #1 sect in the world. The Holy Master trusted Tao Lords Yu Yu and Mao Ri the most until one day, Shang Wanwan suddenly appeared. No one knew where she came from. That day, Shang Wanwan and the Holy Master spent a night alone. That night, the Holy Master's strength suddenly skyrocketed, and his aura spread out in all directions. No, it spread to the entire world. The 5 great divine lands were all filled with the Holy Master's aura. At that time, the Holy Master's strength reached the peak, and he was invincible in the world. Mo Yushi recalled. Invincible in the world. His aura covered the entire world. Yan Chuan was shocked. Yes, and the Holy Master's personality also changed a little. He had an unprecedented domineering aura. It's similar to the aura you gave off during the morning assembly. Mo Yushi frowned. The aura of an emperor. Yan Chuan was confused. Yes, at that time, Shangguanwan became the Holy Master's most trusted aide. Even Yu Yu and Mao Ri were not as favored as Shangguanwan Mo Yushi recalled. Right, I remember that you can see through people's cultivation. What's Shangguanwan's cultivation? Mo Yushi asked curiously. I can't see it. Yen Chuan frowned. You can't see it. Mo Yushi was shocked. Yen Chuan nodded and fell silent. There were only two possibilities for Yen Chuan to be unable to see through someone's cultivation. One was that there was a technique to hide one's cultivation, and the other was that the person's cultivation surpassed the highest level of cultivation in Yen Chuan's previous life. Everyone waited outside the hall. Mohina Dojin, Dao Lord Yu Yu, and Guyu Holy Sun all appeared in the plaza and looked at Mo Yushi. Everyone waited patiently. Half a day later, Shangguanwan appeared at the gate of the Wu clan's main hall again. The Sacred Lord has ordered that all true monarchs and above enter the Wu clan's main hall. Shangguanwan shouted. Yes. The true monarchs replied respectfully. With Dao Monarch Maori and Dao Monarch Yu Yu leading the way, they slowly stepped into the Wu clan's main hall. Mo Yushi and the others were waiting. When the group of true monarchs entered the palace, many of the true monarchs were surprised. When they looked at Mo Yushi again, their expressions changed a lot. Really? Did that token really attract the attention of the sacred leader? After all the true lords had entered the palace, Shangguanwan looked at the leaders of the 5 subordinate sections. Everyone, Shangguanwan said to the 5 sect masters, the main reason why the Holy Master is hosting this meeting is to prove the innocence of your sons and Holy Maiden Yushi. You may enter the hall. Yes. The 5 nodded in response. The Saint Lord had come. The 5 of them stepped into the hall. Yang Zigu stood outside the hall and was still in disbelief. Yushi, what token is that? Why did the sacred leader come out when he received the order? Yang Zigu said with a hint of worry. Mo Yushi naturally ignored him. Yang Zigu asked for a snub and his face became gloomier. He turned and looked at Yen Chuan with a hint of hatred in his eyes. It was as if Mo Yushi ignored him because of Yen Chuan. The sacred leader summons Mo Yushi, Yen Chuan and Meng Wenruo to enter the hall. Shangguanwan shouted. Yen Chuan, Mo Yushi and Wenruo nodded. They followed Shangguanwan into the Wu clan's main hall. When the 3 of them entered the main hall, they immediately felt a pressure from the sky. It was as if they were being watched by the heavens, which made them feel solemn. Chapter 832. Step by step, they entered the main hall. The main hall was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was filled with perfected cultivators, Holy Sun, and saintesses. The one leading them was Guyu Holy Sun, who was looking at Yen Chuan and the other 2 with a gloomy face. The second stage was filled with Dao Lord Yu Yu, Mohina Dojin, and the sect masters of the 5 subordinate sections. They were all upper void realm experts. The third stage was filled with a huge dragon throne. On the dragon throne, there was a woman who looked to be around 40 years old. She was graceful and elegant, and her eyes were filled with great wisdom. She placed her hands on the armrests of the dragon throne and quietly watched the people who had entered the palace. The lady was wearing a luxurious yellow robe. She looked down at everyone as if she was looking down on them. She exuded a trace of Emperor's qi. Yen Chuan frowned slightly. Emperor's qi. Why did Jingming have the Emperor's qi? Shangguanwan walked in front of the 3 and bowed respectfully to the lady on the dragon throne. Sacred Lord, Mo Yushi, Yen Chuan, and Wenruo are here. Shangguanwan said respectfully. Jingming nodded. Shengwanwan stepped onto the second stage and stood beside Mohina Dojin. Everyone in the main hall looked at the three people in the middle of the hall. Disciple Mo Yushi greets the Sacred Lord. Dajin Yan Chuan greets the Sacred Lord. Meng Wen Ruo greets the Sacred Lord. The three of them greeted Jing Ming with different etiquette. Mo Yushi knelt down, while Wen Ruo and Yan Chuan remained standing. Jing Ming. The person in front of them was the most powerful person in the world. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with anticipation. Mo Yushi. Jing Ming suddenly asked from the dragon throne. Yes. Mo Yushi replied respectfully. Wan has told me about you. She said that you want to prove your innocence. You want me to uphold justice for you. Jing Ming said calmly. Yes, please uphold justice for me. I'll be grateful. Mo Yushi knelt down. Jing Ming looked at Mo Yushi, a complicated look flashed across his eyes. Perfected Lord Lan Yu suddenly stepped forward and said respectfully, Sacred Lord, the evidence is conclusive. Mo Yushi killed our son, Sacred Lord, please punish him. The sect leaders of the vassal sects also wanted to say something. Do I need you to teach me? Jing Ming said indifferently. True Lord Lan Yu's expression changed and he immediately said, Dare not, I misspoke. The other four vassal sect leaders immediately swallowed the words that were on the tip of their tongues. Mo Yushi. Jing Ming said indifferently. Disciple, since you want me to uphold justice for you, then let's begin. Jing Ming said indifferently. Yes, I have invited Yan Chuan to help me prove my innocence. Please allow it. Mo Yushi said respectfully. Allowed. Jing Ming answered. Getting permission, Yan Chuan stepped forward and gently helped Mo Yushi up. Mo Yushi was slightly worried. But seeing Yan Chuan's gaze, she still got up in the end. Yan Chuan helped Mo Yushi up and looked at Jing Ming. I've long heard of Sacred Lord Jing's great name. Yan Chuan defended Mo Yushi this time. If there's any disrespect, Sacred Lord Jing will be magnanimous. Yan Chuan said. Jing Ming answered. I'm sure everyone has heard about the incident that day. Yan Chuan won't repeat it. Next, Yan Chuan will analyze the case and ask the relevant people. During this period, I hope everyone can restrain themselves and not be too impulsive. Yan Chuan looked at Mohina Dojin. Mohina Dojin narrowed his eyes. But he did not open his mouth. Jing Ming nodded, no interruptions without asking. Yes. Everyone in the hall answered at the same time. Thank you, Sacred Lord Jing. Yan Chuan smiled slightly. Mohina Dojin suddenly felt something was amiss and raised his brows. Chapter 833. Jing Yu nodded, do not interrupt without asking. Yes. Everyone in the palace responded in unison. Thank you, Holy Lord Jing. Yan Chuan smiled. Mohina Dojin suddenly felt that something was amiss and raised his eyebrows. Yan Chuan wanted this order. He wanted Mohina Dojin to shut up. Then, Yan Chuan suddenly looked at Guyu Holy Sun. Guyu Holy Sun, please step forward. Yan Chuan has something to ask. Yan Chuan looked at Guyu Holy Sun. Everyone in the palace looked at Guyu Holy Sun. Guyu Holy Sun raised his eyebrows, but he still stepped forward. He looked at Yan Chuan with a cold gaze. Yan Chuan, what do you want to ask? Guyu Holy Sun cooperated. Guyu Holy Sun must be deeply affected by the Northern Mo Palace massacre, right? Yan Chuan smiled. That's right. 3 of my younger brothers and 4 of my younger sisters died in the Northern Mo Palace massacre. They are the people closest to me. I must avenge them. Guyu Holy Sun looked at Imo Yushi with a gloomy expression. Well said. Avenge your loved ones. Only then can their souls rest in peace. Yen Chuan immediately added. Guyu Holy Sun, I've seen some information. Mohina Dojin has 9 sons. You are the closest to the 7 who died. So what? You are the eldest. Rumor has it that Tao Lord Black Sun gave all of you cultivation resources in the past. His 7 dead sisters-in-law gave all of them to you in the beginning to help you cultivate. He hoped that you would become strong enough to protect his 7 sisters-in-law. What a close sibling relationship. Yen Chuan laughed. Guyu Holy Sun clenched his fists. He was clearly touched by what had happened in the past. Rumor has it that during one of your travels, you encountered a strong demon. The ancient moon's sacred child was on the brink of death, and it was your 4th sister who used her delicate body to block the fatal blow for you. In exchange, you, as the elder brother, had an epiphany of life and death. You became strong, but your 4th sister was left with an eternal illness. Guyu Holy Sun thought of the past. His heart pounded and his eyes became bloodshot. Rumor has it that you suffered from chi deviation during one of your cultivation. You needed a 10,000-year-old ice lotus to cure your inner demons. Your 3rd brother went to the great snow mountain of the northern divine continent and knelt down to beg countless demons. He was humiliated and even had an ugly tattoo on his face. Only then did he beg for the 10,000-year-old ice lotus to cure your inner demons. Although you flattened the great snow mountain for your 3rd brother, the humiliation he suffered could never be erased. It even became his inner demons, making it difficult for him to improve his cultivation. Yen Chuan stepped closer. Guyu Holy Sun clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot. Yen Chuan, what do you want to say? Guyu Holy Sun's face darkened. He was extremely uneasy. What Yen Chuan said was the truth. One could easily find out if they asked around in the great Zhao Holy Sun. This was the eternal pain in Guyu Holy Sun's heart. What do I want to say? Guyu Holy Sun, can't you see what I want to say? Your 7 brothers and sisters gave you their resources. They did not hesitate to lose their lives for you. They did not hesitate to throw away their dignity for you. What did they do for you? Deep brotherly love. This was only one reason. More importantly, they hoped that you, as their big brother, could protect them. Did you do it? Yen Chuan stepped forward. Guyu Holy Sun unconsciously took a step back. They did this for you. There are many more. I won't list them. But what about you? You watched them die. What did you do? Did you do nothing? Yen Chuan asked. That's why I want to take revenge for them. Guyu Holy Sun shouted. Revenge? Do you really want to take revenge? Do you know why they did this? Their corpses were collected by Mohina Dojin. You should have seen it. Did you feel it when you saw these corpses? Yen Chuan shouted. Chapter 834. Feel it. Guyu Holy Sun's eyes were red. Feel your 4th sister's cry when she blocked the demon's fatal attack for you. Feel your 4th sister's determination when she sacrificed herself for you. Feel your 3rd brother's humiliation when he was humiliated. Feel your 3rd brother's tears when he was humiliated when you were tattooed. You can't feel it because when you became the most important person in the great Zhao Holy Land, you turned their hope into despair once again. Why did they die? Killed. Of their own accord. Do you know? I think you know, and so do they. But in this moment, they couldn't get any help from you. They couldn't get any sympathy from you. They couldn't get any help from you. They couldn't get any sympathy from you. They couldn't get any help from you. But you cooperated with them. You never thought of helping them out of their misery. Yan Chuan questioned. No, I couldn't help them. I wasn't there. I wasn't by their side. Guyu Holy Sun's eyes were slightly moist. You weren't by their side. Are you not here now? You might know the result. But now, do you want to help them get out of that situation or continue to cooperate with them? Are they willing to be killed or commit suicide? Do you think you would be willing to do that? What about them? You never thought about them. Their endless hope is just a sacrifice for your growth. Yan Chuan said with a venomous tone. Shut up, shut up. Guyu Holy Sun's eyes were moist as he roared. In the main hall, the group of Supremes didn't speak. Mohina Dojin was also secretly anxious. Mohina Dojin could see that Guyu Holy Sun's emotions had been manipulated by Yan Chuan. He was controlled by Yan Chuan. Mohina Dojin was secretly anxious. But he didn't dare to move. Jing Ting had already ordered him not to interfere. Shut up. Ha ha ha, Guyu Holy Sun, are you deceiving yourself? This is a fact that everyone knows in their hearts. You're the only one who pretends not to know. The lives and dignity of your younger siblings mean nothing to you. They struggled bitterly and were forced to compromise. However, you only added salt to their wounds after they compromised. Yan Chuan continued to stimulate Guyu Holy Sun's emotions. Guyu Holy Sun tried to suppress his emotions, but the more he tried to suppress them, the more violent they became. When he could no longer suppress them, Guyu Holy Sun's emotions would explode like never before. Don't you want revenge? I know that you were in the Central Divine Continent, and I saw you at the Divine Sect Sacred Ground, but that can't be an excuse for you to escape. You just came back, and you heard everything from others. Do you know what exactly happened that day? Do you know how your sister-in-law died? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Guyu Holy Sun's eyes were red as he stared at Yan Chuan. In order to suppress the anger in his heart, Guyu Holy Sun didn't say anything. He just stared at him. Many people think that it was Mou Shi, but I want to tell you that it wasn't. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan looked at Jing Ting and said, Holy Lord Jing, I want to summon Yang Zigu again. He's an important person. Mohina Dojin's expression changed, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Permitted. Following Jing Ting's order, Yang Zigu was quickly summoned into the main hall. Yang Zigu didn't know what was going on. He entered the main hall in a daze. He looked at the true sovereigns around him, then at the people standing in the middle of the hall. His eyes revealed a trace of doubt, and he finally looked to the north of the hall. Chapter 835. Yang Zigu greets the Holy Lord. Yang Zigu said respectfully. Cooperate with Yan Chuan's questioning. Jing Ming said indifferently. Yes. Yang Zhizhou nodded with a hint of confusion. Yang Zigu looked at Yan Chuan arrogantly, then looked at Mou Shi, as if he was determined to win. Yang Zigu, where were you during the bloody incident at Northern Mo Hall? Yan Chuan asked with a smile. I was in my own hall. Yang Zigu said in a low voice. Are you sure? You weren't by Mohina Dojin's side at that time. Yan Chuan continued to ask. Yan Chuan, why do you care where I was? I wasn't even at the scene of the bloody incident at Northern Mo Hall. You still want to frame me? You've chosen the wrong target. Yang Zigu said disdainfully. Yan Chuan smiled and didn't take it to heart. Instead, he turned to Guyu Holy Sun and said, Guyu Holy Sun, I don't know who you're guessing the real culprit in your heart. However, I want to tell you who the real culprit is. He is in this hall right now. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Dao Monarch Morning Sun's mouth. Mohina Dojin had done it flawlessly, and he was even the victim. Without any evidence, pointing at him would be futile, and he would even be accused of toying with the Holy Lord. The real culprit is him, Yang Zigu. Yan Chuan suddenly pointed at Yang Zigu. Mohina Dojin's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Yan Chuan in shock. Yan Chuan was accusing Yang Zigu? How could this be? The whole thing was planned by Mohina Dojin, but how could Yan Chuan blame Yang Zigu? Guyu Holy Sun's eyelids twitched, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. All the perfected lords and Dao lords in the hall were confused. Nonsense. Yan Chuan, you're slandering me. You're framing me. I'll kill you. Yang Zigu was instantly enraged. Although he knew the result, it wasn't his doing at all. Impudent. You dare to cause trouble in front of Saint Master Jing. Yan Chuan glared at him. Yang Zigu, stop. Guyu Holy Sun shouted. He's slandering me. Guyu, he's slandering me. Father, he's slandering me. Yang Zigu said anxiously. Slander. Whether it's slander or not, I have proof. Yan Chuan suddenly laughed. Proof. Yang Zigu was surprised. Proof. Wasn't it flawless? How could there be proof? What proof? Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. After being mocked by Yan Chuan, Guyu Holy Sun's insistence began to waver. Yang Zigu, let me ask you. When your father barged into Northern Mo Hall, except for Mo Yushi, everyone else was lying in a pool of blood. When did they die? Was it the moment they barged into the hall? Yan Chuan said. Humph, Yan Chuan, don't even think about framing me. My father wasn't the only one who entered. Many perfected lords were there. The people of Northern Mo Hall have already been dead for 2 hours. During this time, only Mo Yushi was in the hall. No one else was there. Yang Zigu shouted. 2 hours. Are you sure? Yan Chuan smiled. At least 2 hours. Everyone knows. Yang Zigu said coldly. This is the proof. Guyu Holy Sun, of your 7 siblings, the 2nd and 6th are the Holy Sun and Saintess, right? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Guyu Holy Sun's face darkened. He immediately figured it out. Yang Zigu's reaction was a little slower, but after thinking for a while, he opened his mouth. He looked surprised. A loophole. A loophole had appeared. The Holy Sun and Saintess have their own Dharma idols of virtue. The moment they die, their Dharma idols above the cloud of virtue will collapse. These 2 Dharma idols follow Mohina Dojin's Dharma idols. Mohina Dojin should be able to sense it immediately. The 5 sect leaders of the vassal sects are too far away from their respective sects to sense the cloud of virtue. However, Mohina Dojin is right here, but he went to Northern Mo Hall 2 hours later. Why? Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Why? Everyone was stunned. That's right, there was a time difference here. Yang Zigu took a step back from Yan Chuan's shout. Guyu Holy Sun frowned. Mohina Dojin's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. That's why I asked if you were by Mohina Dojin's side at that time. Everyone knows that Mohina Dojin's favorite son is you, Yang Zigu. At that time, you must have begged Mohina Dojin not to tell anyone. Mohina Dojin saw that his sons and daughters were dead, so he delayed it for 2 hours to protect you. Yan Chuan shouted. Mohina Dojin frowned. The 5 vassal sect leaders also frowned. This was Yan Chuan's nonsense. Mohina Dojin was with the 5 sect leaders at that time. How could it be Yang Zigu? No one believed Yan Chuan, but Jing Ting was not allowed to speak. They could only watch patiently. Nonsense. Nonsense. You're lying. I wasn't by my father's side. I wasn't there at that time. Yang Zigu shouted. You know very well whether you were there or not. Don't tell me, tell Guyu Holy Sun. Let's see if he believes you. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Guyu Holy Sun frowned. He only had a little doubt about Yan Chuan's words. Guyu Holy Sun trusted Mohina Dojin more. Guyu Holy Sun, I know you're suspicious. What good will this do to Yang Zigu? Why would Yang Zigu do this? Why don't I suspect Mohina Dojin? Let me tell you. It's because Yang Zigu wants to force Mo Yushi to marry him. You should know that he came to ask Mo Yushi for her hand in marriage, right? I think Yang Zigu must have begged Mohina Dojin, but Mohina Dojin refused. That's why Yang Zigu wants to take the risk and sacrifice his 7 brothers to force Mo Yushi. At the same time, he wants to force Mohina Dojin to go with the flow. If Mohina Dojin agrees, it shouldn't be difficult to make this happen. After all, Mo Yushi is only a holy maiden. You should know the power of a Tao Lord. They probably didn't tell you the truth. Yan Chuan said with a faint smile. Guyu Holy Sun sucked in a deep breath. Guyu Holy Sun knew that his father wanted Yang Zigu and Mo Yushi to marry, but there was no need for it to be so tragic. All his father had to do was beg the Holy Lord, and he would agree. But now, could it be that Yang Zigu really did it himself? Guyu Holy Sun's suspicions increased. But it was still far from enough to overturn his initial understanding. Yan Chuan also knew that it was still far from enough. Hence, he continued to weave a lie that would reveal the truth. You're lying, Yan Chuan. Mo Yushi killed them. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Yang Zigu said anxiously. It has nothing to do with you. You know. Otherwise, how do you explain the evidence just now? Don't worry, Yang Zigu. There are so many perfected lords here. How could I accuse you? Also, the evidence I have is not limited to just this. When I show you the evidence one by one, there's no point in trying to deny it. Yan Chuan shouted. Show me, show me. Yang Zigu said anxiously. Mohina Dojin's face darkened. There was more evidence. How could it be? Mohina Dojin was already surprised by the time difference. How could there be more? Wasn't it flawless? Chapter 836. Wu Clan's main hall. All the experts were looking at the scene. From Yan Chuan's analysis, they suddenly realized that this seemingly conclusive case wasn't as simple as it seemed. The 5 vassal sect leaders sneered. The 5 of them didn't believe Yan Chuan, because Mohina Dojin was with them that day. Yan Chuan was talking nonsense. Only Mohina Dojin felt that something was wrong. He was the clearest about his own matters. He clenched his fists tightly, afraid that his 2 sons wouldn't be able to withstand Yan Chuan's pace. Tao Lord Yu looked at Mohina Dojin doubtfully. Sheng Wanwan looked at Yan Chuan, and her eyes lit up slightly. Jing Ying's expression didn't change as she watched quietly. Take it, take it. Yang Zigu said anxiously. Looking at the anxious Yang Zigu and the bewildered Guyu Holy Sun, Yan Chuan smiled. All right. Since you want to hear it, then I'll say it. I won't say the version of Mo Yushi's murder. Let me tell you another version. Everyone can treat it as a story. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Everyone stared at Yan Chuan. Say it, let's see what kind of story you can come up with. Yang Zigu said with red eyes. Speaking of which, there was a person called Yang Zigu who took a fancy to Mo Yushi. However, Mo Yushi didn't care about him at all. Yang Zigu was resentful and begged his father, Mohina Dojin. However, Mohina Dojin had other plans and didn't agree. Yang Zigu was indignant and had evil thoughts. He threatened his 7 brothers to frame Mo Yushi and make her lose her position as the Holy Maiden. At that time, the lonely and helpless Mo Yushi wouldn't be able to escape from Yang Zigu's evil clutches. Yan Chuan said loudly. Mo Yushi showed a wronged expression. You're lying. Yang Zigu shouted angrily. I'm not finished yet. Wait for me to finish before you refute. How about it? Yan Chuan said with a smile. The surrounding supremes frowned and looked at Yang Zigu. Yang Zigu suppressed his anger and looked coldly at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan smiled and continued, Yang Zigu wanted to frame Mo Yushi. Therefore, he needed a sure-win scheme that would make Mo Yushi unable to defend herself and make Mo Yushi unable to turn back. Therefore, when the 5 great sects came, Yang Zigu told Mohina Dojin to arrange for Mo Yushi to bring the children of the experts to the exchange and create a massacre at North Mo Hall. The 5 sect masters' sons were all gone. Mohina Dojin sent all his children to the Great Zhao's sacred ground. Of course, in order to create an alibi, only Yang Zigu refused to go and did not go. The case continued. North Mo Hall was sealed and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Under Yang Zigu's coercion, several elder brothers drugged the banquet's wine and killed everyone except Mo Yushi. In the end, they committed suicide one after another in pain. At this point, Yang Zigu's scheme succeeded. Mohina Dojin heard the news and wanted to go immediately. However, Yang Zigu suddenly stopped him and begged his father to ignore it. Mohina Dojin was concerned about Yang Zigu and had no choice but to accept the truth. He cooperated with this poisonous scorpion who forced his elder brothers to commit suicide to cover up everything, Yan Chuan explained. In the main hall, the experts exchanged glances with each other in surprise. How could there be such a vicious person in the world? Was this for real? Mohina Dojin's face was gloomy. Guyu Holy Sun clenched his fists. Yan Chuan's version was not much different from Mohina Dojin's version. However, when he thought of his younger brothers and sisters committing suicide one after another, Guyu Holy Sun could not control himself. You're lying. I didn't. Who would be willing to commit suicide? How could I force them? Yang Zigu shouted. Of course, the most important reason why Guyu Holy Sun was able to control his emotions was that his 7 siblings could still be revived. Chapter 838. Yan Chuan, you're spouting nonsense. Yang Zigu shouted angrily. Spouting nonsense. Then I have proof. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. Proof. The surrounding experts all revealed looks of astonishment. Even Jing Ting, who was sitting on the dragon throne, was curious. Yushi, take it out. Yesterday, Yang Zigu came to give you the betrothal gift. Yan Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. Betrothal gift. I only gave him 36 immortal stones. Don't you dare use that to slander me. Yang Zigu shouted angrily. Mo Yushi nodded. She quickly took out the huge box containing the betrothal gift from her storage treasure. Bang! Mo Yushi's hands trembled. The box almost fell open, and a fiery red immortal stone rolled to the ground. Ah! Mo Yushi quickly stabilized the remaining immortal stone, preventing it from falling out. Are you all right? Yan Chuan was worried and went to comfort Mo Yushi. The immortal stone rolled to Guyu Holy Sun's feet in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Above the fire-type immortal stone, there was a dense chi swirling around it. Within the swirling chi, one could clearly see the shadow of a fire-type phoenix struggling in pain. Its expression was filled with a heart-wrenching unwillingness. The immortal stone fell. "Mo," she said. "Let me." Yan Chuan walked over to retrieve it. Guyu Holy Sun's expression changed. In the instant that Yan Chuan grabbed the immortal stone, he snatched it away. "Guyu Holy Sun, give this to me." Yan Chuan stretched out his hand. "Where did this come from?" Guyu Holy Sun roared angrily. "This is Yang Zigu's betrothal gift to Mo Yushi." "What's wrong?" Yan Chuan was confused. "That's right. This is my betrothal gift." Yang Zigu shouted. "Third brother's aura. This is third brother's aura. I can feel it. This is the connection between our bloodlines." Guyu Holy Sun muttered. "What third brother's aura? Third brother's aura? How is that possible?" Yang Zigu said disdainfully. "Bastard. That's third brother's essence aura, and it's connected to me. My aura is connected to my essence. It's third brother. Third brother's soul." The ancient moon Holy Sun's eyes were filled with tears. "What?" Yang Zhijiu was confused. "You used third brother's soul to refine a weapon? You destroyed third brother's soul." Guyu Holy Sun roared. Guyu Holy Sun would normally suppress his shock and analyze the situation. However, at this moment, Guyu Holy Sun's emotions were completely disrupted by Yan Chuan. Guyu Holy Sun had suppressed his guilt towards his sister-in-law and his own incompetence for a long time. He suddenly realized that his third brother's soul had been destroyed and refined into a weapon. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. "You killed third brother. Why is third brother's soul here? Why is it here?" Guyu Holy Sun roared. If he was calm, Guyu Holy Sun would definitely take the opportunity to attack Mo Yushi. After all, it was possible that Mo Yushi had collected their souls. However, Guyu Holy Sun knew that it could not have been Mo Yushi. Only his father or Yang Zigu had collected their souls. The souls of his sisters-in-law were with his father or with Yang Zhijiu. Now, everything was as clear as day. "I didn't. This is not a soul. This is just a trace of aura," Yang Zigu said in a panic. "It's not. That's not enough. I didn't. I never harmed them. I didn't do it." Third brother's soul, then second brother's, fourth brother's, fifth brother's, sixth brother's, seventh brother's, and eighth brother's souls. "You refined all of them." Guyu Holy Sun roared angrily. Everyone in the hall was tense, and so was Dao Monarch Black Sunday. His face was filled with anxiety, but his two sons were quarreling with each other and didn't even look at him. Yan Chuan was also highly focused. Everything was based on speculation. If he wanted to confirm the truth, he had to wait. He had to wait for an opportunity. Yan Chuan stared at the two of them quarreling. "I didn't refine them. I didn't." Yang Zigu was anxious and panicked. "You didn't? Then how do you explain this? How do you explain this? This is third brother's soul. This is third brother's soul. You refined their souls. You must have refined their souls." "I didn't refine them. I didn't refine their souls. I didn't. The evidence is clear. Why are you still quibbling? This is third brother's soul. You refined third brother's soul." Guyu Holy Sun's aura surged. His eyes were red. He grabbed Yang Zigu's collar as if he was going to punch him. I didn't. I didn't. Their souls have nothing to do with me. Yang Zigu roared helplessly. He insisted on his last stand. At this moment, Yan Chuan stepped forward and intervened in the quarrel. If you didn't refine them, then where are the souls of your 7 brothers? I didn't refine them. Their souls are all in the Yin spirit nourishing pool of Father's morning palace. I really didn't. Yang Zigu, who was out of his wits, shouted when Yan Chuan interrupted. However, halfway through, Yang Zigu suddenly woke up with a start. Not only Yang Zigu, but Guyu Holy Sun also woke up with a start. Wow! There was an uproar in the main hall. At this moment, everyone looked at Yang Zigu and Guyu Holy Sun in surprise. The 7 souls were still there. They were still alive. Yan Chuan revealed a victorious smile. Mo Yushi grabbed Yan Chuan's sleeve and trembled. If they weren't in the main hall of the Wu clan, she would have jumped up and cheered. Once the 7 souls appeared, all the lies would be exposed. Mo Yushi was innocent in broad daylight. Mr. Monroe revealed an excited smile and looked at Yan Chuan with admiration. The 5 sect masters were all stunned. Then, they became angry. Their sons were all dead, but Mohina Dojin's 7 children were still alive. Did Mohina Dojin do it on purpose? The 5 sect masters looked at Mohina Dojin with hatred. Mohina Dojin's body went soft and he almost lost his balance. His tense body seemed to deflate in an instant. It was extremely bitter. The main hall was in an uproar. The case was almost revealed. Mo Yushi didn't do it. Mo Yushi was wronged. Sheng Wanwan revealed a trace of excitement. She looked at Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi. Then, she turned to look at the main hall, Jing Ming. Jing Ming's eyes flashed and he revealed a faint smile. However, Jing Ming wasn't looking at Mo Yushi. Instead, he was looking at Yan Chuan, who was in control of the situation during the defense. His control of the atmosphere and emotions had reached the extreme. Chapter 839. I didn't refine them. Their souls are all in the yin nourishing ghost pond in Father's Dawn Palace. I really didn't. Yang Zigu's shout caused an uproar in the hall. Yan Chuan's previous version was just a guess if one looked into it seriously. It couldn't form the truth because there was no evidence to back it up. But now, Yang Zigu's words confirmed Yan Chuan's words. Because the evidence was already there. There was already evidence. No matter what the truth was, Mo Yushi was the culprit. The 5 sect masters looked coldly at Yang Zigu. Mo Yushi grabbed Yan Chuan's sleeve in agitation. Yan Chuan smiled and patted Mo Yushi's hand to comfort her. Then, he gave Mo Yushi a look. Mo Yushi immediately stepped forward. Reporting to Holy Lord, the evidence is conclusive. Please give the order to retrieve the 7 souls in the Yin nourishing ghost pond in Dawn Palace to prove Yushi's innocence. Mo Yushi said solemnly. Mohina Dojin's expression changed when he heard this. He turned around and knelt down. Holy Lord, I was just being hot-headed. I beg of you, Holy Lord, to spare my son Yang Zhijiu on account of my many years of service. Tao Lord Black Sun said in a panic. Holy Lord, my son died unjustly. Please uphold justice. Lan Yu True Monarch turned around and knelt down. Holy Lord, please uphold justice for my son. The other 4 sect masters also shouted. Yang Zigu and Guyu Holy Sun were stunned. Yang Zigu knelt down in fear and shouted, It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Please, Holy Lord. Guyu Holy Sun looked at the fire-type Immortal stone again. But the Immortal stone was too similar. Why? If this isn't my third brother's soul, why is it connected to my mind? Guyu Holy Sun rushed forward and shouted. Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi ignored him. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. Guyu Holy Sun, the outcome has been decided. The saintess is innocent. Stop pestering her. I want to know why. Guyu Holy Sun said angrily. Because the ancient moon saint child understood that once the 7 godly souls were exposed, everything would be ruined. It's connected to your mind because it contains your hair, your third brother's aura, and your third brother's blood from northern Mo Hall. Mr. Wenruo explained. Ah, Yan Chuan, how dare you! The ancient moon Holy Sun roared in anger. The ancient moon saint child's roar shocked the true monarchs in the hall. You. It wasn't just him. Almost everyone in the hall had been fooled by Yan Chuan. Using a scam to reveal the truth. Many people looked at the ancient Yu Holy Sun with pity. Why did he have to do this? On the dragon throne, Jingming also looked at the immortal stone with a faint smile. Guyu Holy Sun, this isn't a scam. This is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. I hope you know what's good for you. Yan Chuan said calmly. Guyu Holy Sun's eyes were red. He clutched the immortal stone with a twisted expression. Hatred. Who did he hate? This was all caused by his father and Yang Zigu. The others were only trying to protect themselves by revealing the truth. Guyu Holy Sun turned and looked at Yang Zigu with hatred. Mohina Dojin knelt in front of Jingming and apologized profusely. Holy Lord, please show mercy. Please forgive my son, Yang Zigu. Mohina Dojin begged Jingming. Guyu Holy Sun turned and looked. Tears welled up in his eyes again. His father was begging him just to save Yang Zigu. What about his 8 brothers? Mohina Dojin, do you know your crime? Jingming said calmly. Yes, Sun Attendant knows his mistake. Please, Holy Lord, please show mercy. Mohina Dojin pleaded. Chapter 840. Then what do you think we should do? Jingting asked. When Jingting asked Mao Ri how to deal with this matter, he was obviously biased. Mohina Dojin's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Holy Lord. A life for a life. Whoever killed them will pay with their life. Mohina Dojin immediately said. Father. Guyu Holy Sun exclaimed. A life for a life. Was Mohina Dojin trying to get rid of the real culprit? Was he going to use his brother and sister to pay with their lives? No, Father. They are your children too. Yes. Guyu Holy Sun said anxiously. Tears of despair flowed out of his eyes. Just as Yan Chuan said, the 8 brothers had been treated unfairly since they were young. They were very close to each other. When he saw that Mohina Dojin was going to use his brothers and sisters to protect Yang Zigu, Guyu Holy Sun's heart turned cold. Mohina Dojin ignored Guyu Holy Sun and continued speaking. Don't worry, Holy Lord. I will compensate all the victims of this incident. I promise. Mohina Dojin said sincerely. Jingting nodded in satisfaction. Of course, this was nothing to Jingting. The world in Jingting's eyes was on a different level from the world in their eyes. Mo Yushi. Jingting suddenly said. Yes, your disciple is here. Mo Yushi quickly stepped forward. You have been wronged this time. I have received the Wu clan's token. From today onwards, Mo Yushi will be promoted to the new Dao Lord of the Great Zhao Holy Ground. Jingting said softly. Dao Lord. There was an uproar in the hall. More than 100 Dao Lords had been staring at this position with wide eyes. How had Mo Yushi suddenly become a Dao Lord? Each and every one of their gazes towards Mo Yushi instantly became envious. A Dao Lord. With the help of merit, one's cultivation speed would increase by 100 times. A true monarch was only 10 times stronger. Of course, none of them dared to question Jing Ming. However, at this moment, someone stood out. Sect Master Lan Yu, perfected Lord Lan Yu, suddenly said, "Holy Master, you can't do that. Although our son wasn't killed by Mo Yushi, she can't escape responsibility. Sacred Master, Mo Yushi is still young and hasn't made enough contributions to the Great Zhao's sacred ground. Being called a sacred maiden is already the limit. How can she be called a Dao Lord?" Another sect master called out. Jing Ting turned his head, his expression cold. Jing Ting's expression changed. Dao Lord Blue Nether, who was about to speak, did not dare to say anything. "Sacred Lord, I dare not overstep my bounds. It's just a suggestion, just a suggestion." Supreme Lan Yu immediately said fearfully. "It's just a suggestion." The person who had objected earlier immediately shouted. One look was enough to scare the upper void realm cultivators into changing their words. Yan Chuan, who was in the main hall, revealed a look of surprise. Jing Ting took a deep breath and said, "Mo Yushi is officially promoted to Great Zhao Dao Lord. She shall be called Dao Lord Yushi." Boom! Above the cloud sea of merit, there was a sudden loud sound. The Dharma idol that represented Mo Yushi suddenly grew stronger and moved very far away from Jing Ting. In the blink of an eye, it moved to the front and was at the same position as the two Dao Lords, Maori and Yu Yu, bowing respectfully to Jing Ting. Whoosh! A wave of golden merit rushed down and enveloped Mo Yushi in the blink of an eye, entering Mo Yushi's body. Dao Lord Yushi. Thank you, Sacred Lord. Mo Yushi was so emotional that her face was red. Jing Ting nodded and turned to look at the jealous perfected lords in the main hall. He said again, "Mo Yushi may not have made enough contributions to the Great Zhao Dao, but Mo Yushi is my daughter. Does anyone have any doubts? Mo Yushi is my daughter. Does anyone have any doubts?" The moment Jing Ting spoke, almost everyone in the main hall was stunned. Didi daughter. The Sacred Lord's daughter. The perfected cultivators who were jealous a moment ago suddenly realized something. Their jealousy immediately disappeared. At the same time, they looked at Mo Yushi in shock. Wasn't Mo Yushi the daughter of that Dao Lord in the past? How did she become the Sacred Lord's daughter? If this came from someone else, no one would believe it. It was impossible. However, this came from Jing Ting. How could it be false? The Sacred Lord's daughter. The Sacred Lord did not have any relatives. How did he suddenly have one? Almost all the perfected lords sucked in a breath of cold air. They all looked at Mo Yushi respectfully. At the same time, they wanted to slap themselves. During this period, Mo Yushi had been treated coldly. Wouldn't it be great if they went to help her? How big of a favor would that be? No wonder Shang Wanwan took care of Mo Yushi so much. So she was the Sacred Lord's daughter. Some of the perfected lords who had offended Mo Yushi in the past were even more terrified. Not to mention Mo Yushi's identity as Dao Lord, just sigh. Everyone kept thinking about how to apologize. On the second stage, perfected Lord Lan Yu and the sect master who had opposed Mo Yushi were dumbfounded. The Sacred Lord's daughter. Everyone lamented. Did they just sow discord between the Sacred Lord's family? If they had known, only a fool would have said so. Yang Zigu and Guyu Holy Sun also looked at Mo Yushi in shock. They did not expect this. Who would have expected this? Mo Yushi also stared blankly at Jing Ting, who was sitting on the dragon throne. Mother. How could this be? She had never seen her mother. Her father had single-handedly raised her. Since she was young, she had thought that her mother was dead. But today, she suddenly appeared. She was at a loss for what to do. Yan Chuan's expression changed. Everything suddenly became clear. Why did Mohina Dojin spend so much effort to frame Shi? It was easy to get Shi, but he did it so tragically. So Mohina Dojin knew that Shi was Jing Ting's daughter. Force. Looking at how Mohina Dojin was kneeling in front of Jing Ting, it was clear that Mohina Dojin did not dare. Wan Jing Ting called out softly. Here. Sheng Wan said respectfully. You deal with the rest. I'm going back. Jing Ting said calmly. Yes. Sheng Wan said respectfully. Farewell, Sacred Lord. Everyone said respectfully. Jing Ting stepped forward and suddenly disappeared. He left the Wu clan's main hall. As soon as Jing Ming left, everyone's expression relaxed. They then gathered around Shi. Congratulations, Dao Monarch Shi. Congratulations, Dao Monarch Shi, for reuniting with your mother. Dao Monarch Shi, I have offended you in the past. Please forgive me. Dao Monarch Shi, I have already found the green spot iron ore you asked me to pay attention to. Don't worry, I will mobilize all my disciples to help Dao Monarch Shi mine it all. After refining it, I will send the impurities to your residence. Who said that the strong were all arrogant? At this moment, a group of strong people who did not care about Shi in the past squeezed in front of Shi, revealing smiles warmer than spring. Perhaps the identity of a Dao monarch would not make them act like this, but the daughter of a sacred lord was different. Behind the crowd, Sheng Wan sighed slightly and revealed a gratified smile. Chapter 841. Dao Monarch Shi, the daughter of the Holy Master. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. The entire Dazhao's sacred ground was in an uproar. Fear, regret, joy, all kinds of emotions exploded in the Dazhao's sacred ground. Jing Ming's daughter, what kind of concept was this? The daughter of the number one person in the world, the number one princess in the world. At this moment, who dared to look down on her? Who dared to have any ideas about her? But countless cultivators did not understand why Jing Ming only acknowledged this daughter today. Jing Ting didn't say much, but the word daughter was enough to explain everything. This was because the word daughter meant that Jing Ting would protect her. She did not know how she returned to her palace. After the murder in Northern Hall, she did not stay there. Instead, she went to her father's residence. It was close to the Dazhao mountain, close to the dojos of Maori and Yu. This was originally Shi's father's property. But after Shi's father died, some true monarchs seized it. But at this moment, these true monarchs obediently gave up this place. Who would dare to fight with Shi? Looking at the dark Phoenix Hall in front of her, Shi recalled too many childhood memories. But Jing Ming was her mother. This information was like a bone in her throat, making Shi's expression extremely complicated. Why? Back then, when her father died, her mother was indifferent. Was the Holy Master really her mother? Why did she not care about her for so many years, allowing her to be bullied? She locked herself in the dark Phoenix Hall alone. Even Yan Chuan was rejected outside. Yan Chuan smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. At this moment, the most excited were Qing Long and the others. They were all arranged by Shi's father to be loyal to the young master. They had suffered many cold eyes over the years. However, at this moment, he suddenly discovered that his young master had such an explosive identity. Azure Dragon immediately felt proud and elated. Is it true, Hades Emperor? Qinglong was still somewhat excited. Is it true? This dark phoenix mountain used to be Yu Shi's father's training ground. Yan Chuan asked. Yes, we used to live here too. Qinglong nodded excitedly. Help me find a private room. I have something to say to Mr. Monroe. Yan Chuan said. Okay, no problem. Qinglong immediately responded. All the perfected cultivators who had occupied Minghuang Mountain had left. Mo Yushi was in a bad mood. At this moment, Azure Dragon, as the first attendant, naturally had the right to arrange things here. Moreover, it was Yan Chuan. Hades, is there really something important that you want to talk to me about? You must know that the Dazhao Holy Ground has undergone a great change this time. My great Zhou city will definitely not be peaceful at this moment. Mr. Monroe laughed. Let's go, Mr. Monroe. It's an urgent matter. I should have told you when I arrived at the Dazhao Holy Ground yesterday. Unfortunately, we encountered the matter of Yu Shi. Yan Chuan said with a serious expression. Seeing Yan Chuan's serious expression, Mr. Monroe knew that the matter was not simple. His expression immediately became serious. Under Qinglong's guidance, the two of them arrived at a large hall. The door of the hall slammed shut and no one was allowed to disturb them. Hades Emperor, what's the matter? Speak. Mr. Monroe said solemnly. With Yan Chuan's current status, it was not difficult to find a storage magic treasure. Yan Chuan flipped his hand and a huge coffin suddenly appeared from his sleeve. A coffin? Mr. Monroe's face darkened. Mr. Monroe did not know who was in the coffin, but it was definitely a dead person. Who was it? Chapter 842. Yan Chuan gestured for Mr. Monroe to do it himself. With a hint of curiosity, Mr. Monroe gently pushed the coffin lid open. Whoosh! When the lid was lifted, a corpse was revealed. Mr. Monroe trembled as he stared at the coffin in horror. Dad! Father! Mr. Monroe burst into tears. The person lying in the coffin was none other than the former headmaster of the Julu Academy, Meng Ziqiu. In the southern Divine Continent, Li Songhai had led a group of geomancers to kill him in front of Yan Chuan in order to find out the whereabouts of Li Kanglan, the geomancer. In the end, he had sacrificed his life in exchange for Li Kanglan's whereabouts. Dad! Mr. Monroe cried. Then, Mr. Monroe's face turned cold. His handsome face twisted into a ferocious expression. He turned to Yan Chuan and said, Hades Emperor, who is it? Who killed my dad? With a sigh, Yan Chuan told Mr. Monroe about what had happened in the southern Divine Continent. He didn't hold back at all. Monroe is a child with a hard life. Tell him for me, father has let him down. Dad was sorry. However, at the end of Yan Chuan's story, Meng Ziqiu's last sentence was sorry. Monroe was already sobbing. Li Songhai, if I don't kill you, may the heavens and the earth destroy you. Mr. Monroe roared. Seeing Mr. Monroe's grief, Yan Chuan sighed and didn't say anything more. He walked out of the hall alone, leaving Mr. Monroe alone to vent his sorrow. Hades Emperor. Qinglong walked over. Don't disturb Mr. Monroe. Yan Chuan said. Okay. Qinglong nodded. Where is Jin Dayu? Yan Chuan asked in confusion. Master Jin. Oh, he wanted me to pass a message to you. I almost forgot. Azure Dragon slapped his head and said. Oh. He said that he sensed the extreme yang fire essence stone and went to investigate. Qing Long said. Sun fire essence stone. Yan Chuan's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that Jin Dayu had never had a suitable talisman. He had always been very concerned about the talismans of his ancestors. Sun fire essence stone. Refining the gate of heaven. I got it. Yan Chuan nodded. Yan Chuan had already brought the letter back and had Lu Gang search around the East Factory. Since Jin Dayu had found it himself, it couldn't be any better. Big brother, Hades Emperor, Miss Shangwan is here. Bai Long immediately ran over. Oh. Yan Chuan's expression changed as he quickened his pace and rushed to Dark Phoenix Hall. The doors of Dark Phoenix Hall were open, and Shangwan was facing Mo Yushi. Miss Shangwan, is the Holy Lord really my mother? Is that true? Mo Yushi asked with tears in her eyes. How can this be false? Girl, don't think too much. Since the Holy Lord has recognized you, no one in this world will dare to bully you anymore. Shangwan smiled. But Mo Yushi was even more sad. Yan Chuan walked into the hall, but Mo Yushi didn't seem to care. Shangwan looked at Yan Chuan and didn't say anything. Then why didn't you ask about me all these years? Also, when my father died, why didn't the Holy Lord care? Why? If my mother took care of it, my father wouldn't have died. Why? Mo Yushi cried. Shangwan frowned and didn't want to say. Miss Shangwan, please tell me, okay? Mo Yushi stepped forward and held Shangwan's hand, pleading. You may be even more sad if you know. It's better if you don't know. Shangwan advised. Chapter 843. No, I must know. Miss Shangwan, if you don't tell me, I'll ask my mother. Let's see what she has to say. Mo Yushi said firmly. Sigh, all right. I hope you won't regret it. Shangwan nodded. Tell me. Mo Yushi bit her lips and steeled herself. If you want to blame someone for your father's death, you can only blame him for being too greedy. He couldn't blame anyone else. Because he was too greedy, the Holy Lord didn't care about him at all. She even left him to his own devices. Shangwan sighed. Ah. What? Mo Yushi was stunned. Your father was too greedy. He wanted to enter the Dazhao holy ground and announce to the world that he was the Holy Lord's husband. That was why he angered the Holy Lord. Shangwan recalled. Ah. My father wasn't my mother's husband. How is that possible? Mo Yushi was shocked. Husband. The Holy Lord used to have a husband, but her husband is already dead. Shangwan said. What? How come I didn't know? Who was the Holy Lord's husband? Mo Yushi was shocked. It's okay to tell you. The Holy Lord's husband was called Li Ji. He was the former ruler of the Tang Empire. Shangwan said. Tang Empire. Mo Yushi tried to recall, but she couldn't remember the name. However, Mo Yushi didn't dwell on it. Instead, she asked, then what was my father? How did my mother give birth to me? Your father. He was just the Holy Lord's gigolo. Shangwan said. Gigolo. Mo Yushi was stunned. Even Yan Chuan was shocked. Gigolo. Mo Yushi's father was Jingming's gigolo. Gigolo. How is that possible? How could my father be mother's gigolo? Mo Yushi was shocked. Now do you know why the Holy Lord doesn't like you? Although you are the daughter of the sacred leader, compared to the other children of the sacred leader, your identity determines everything. Fortunately, you don't have to worry. After all, you are the sacred leader's child. Even if he doesn't like you, you are still a piece of flesh that fell from the sacred leader's body. The sacred leader has already accepted you. Shangwanwan comforted him. Gigolo. Haha, so I'm the Holy Master's lover. Mo Yushi's heart turned cold, her face bitter, boundless bitterness shrouding her heart. Only I, Maori, and you know about this matter. No one else knows about the Saint Lord's private matters. Girl, I watched you grow up. Although the Saint Lord doesn't like you, as long as you are the Saint Lord's daughter, I won't look at you differently. I came here today to comfort you, and also to let you know your position. Now that you know your identity, I won't say anything more. You are a smart girl, you know what to do and what not to do. Don't be discouraged. As the sacred leader's daughter, it is your fortune. Shangwanwan comforted her. Mo Yushi sobbed alone. Originally, she wanted to denounce Shangwanwan but now, Mo Yushi's heart was in a mess. Yen Chuan, comfort Yushi. Shangwanwan said to Yen Chuan. I will. However, Miss Shangwan, I heard you say that the sacred leader has other children. Yen Chuan asked curiously. Shangwanwan frowned and shook her head, saying, Yen Chuan, it's better if you don't know. Take good care of Yushi. Yen Chuan nodded. Looking at the sad Mo Yushi, Shangwanwan sighed softly. She turned and walked out of the hall. Chapter 844. Everyone envied Mo Yushi in the Dazhao Holy Land. Gigolo. Mo Yushi found it hard to accept the truth. However, based on Shangwanwan's behavior and Jing Ming's attitude, Mo Yushi was almost certain that it was true. Her father, who loved her so much when she was young, was actually her mother's gigolo. Mo Yushi still could not accept it even after Yen Chuan comforted her. After more than 2 hours, Mo Yushi felt better. I'm fine now. Mo Yushi wiped her tears and said. It's all in the past. Yen Chuan nodded. But why did Shangwanwaner say it in front of you? It's not a glorious thing for my parents. Will you look down on me? Mo Yushi said worriedly. You are you, and they are them. In my heart, you will always be Mo Yushi. Maybe she said it in front of me so that I can enlighten you. Yen Chuan said softly. Okay. Mo Yushi's mood improved a lot. At least there was someone in front of her who understood her and cherished her. Mr. Monroe is still here. Yen Chuan said. When Ruo? He hasn't left yet. Mo Yushi was puzzled. Meng Ziqiu is dead. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Ah. Yen Chuan recounted the events of the past to him. Mo Yushi sighed. Mr. Monroe is also unlucky. Sigh. Mo Yushi sighed. Oh. You know about Mr. Monroe? Yen Chuan asked curiously. Yes, Mr. Monroe is also infatuated. Mo Yushi sighed. What happened? You know, Mr. Monroe used to be the eldest son of the Julu Academy. Thoughts move the heavens, high-spirited and vigorous. Mo Yushi explained. I know that there are hundreds of cities in the Dazhao Holy Land. Disciples of the Dazhao Holy Land are stationed in these hundreds of cities. As an outsider, not only did Mr. Monroe gain a foothold in a city, but he also used sufficient means to become the city lord of Dazhou City. This is the territory of the Dazhao Holy Land. Not to mention outsiders, even the disciples of the sect need to suppress all the heroes before they can become the city lord. However, when Ruo used his identity as an outsider to squeeze out all the disciples of the Dazhao Holy Land, This means that his means cannot be underestimated. This is also the reason why I value him so much. Yan Chuan nodded. Meng Ziqiu took in a female disciple called Su Sanyang. Su Sanyang was the same age as Mr. Monroe. The two of them could be said to be childhood sweethearts. Mr. Monroe was also deeply in love with Su Sanyang. At that time, Mr. Monroe was in high spirits. His academics, status, and relationships were all at the peak. Many people even said that the Julu Academy would definitely be passed down to Mr. Monroe in the future, she recalled. Oh. This Su Sanyang came to the Dazhao Holy Land? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Yes, you don't know. At that time, Su Sanyang and Mr. Monroe had already bowed to heaven and earth. On the day of the wedding, there was a sudden change. She smiled bitterly. A sudden change. That day, Daoist Lord Yu represented the Dazhao Holy Land and went to congratulate them. At first, it was nothing. However, when Daoist Lord Yu saw Su Sanyang, his entire person changed. He even caused a scene at the wedding and kidnapped Su Sanyang. She recalled. Daoist Lord Yu kidnapped Su Sanyang. Kidnapped her in the Julu Academy. Yan Chuan was surprised. She smiled bitterly and nodded. Indeed. Do you know who Su Sanyang is? She has another identity. Chapter 845. Su Sanyang was Dao Lord Yu's wife in her previous life. At that time, Dao Lord Yu was still immortal. Unfortunately, she died in an accident. Dao Lord Yu suddenly met his wife and naturally did something extreme. At that time, Meng Ziqiu brought a group of Julu Academy virtuous paragons to the Great Zhao Holy Ground to ask for an explanation. However, Dao Lord Yu had already asked the Holy Master, who was my mother, to awaken Su Sanyang's memories. Su Sanyang remembered everything from her previous life. She said. Ah. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. This relationship was indeed complicated. Although Su Sanyang and Mr. Monroe were childhood sweethearts, the wedding was not completed. However, Su Sanyang and Dao Lord Yu were husband and wife, so Su Sanyang naturally followed Dao Lord Yu. At that time, Su Sanyang knelt in front of Meng Ziqiu and told him the truth. Meng Ziqiu was also helpless. Moreover, Dao Lord Yu also asked my mother to grant them a marriage. She recalled. Grant them a marriage. Yes, my mother granted them a marriage. The situation was set. There was no turning back. Everyone in Julu Academy sighed. After all, Su Sanyang and Dao Lord Yu were husband and wife in their previous life. Only Mr. Monroe did not change his infatuation and refused to give up. She sighed. Mr. Monroe is the eldest son of Julu Academy. If he continues to pester, it means that the Julu Academy will not give up. Therefore, Mr. Monroe took the initiative to cut ties with the Julu Academy. Outsiders said that Mr. Monroe was expelled from the sect. Yan Chuan's expression changed slightly. Yes. Mr. Monroe stayed here so that he could see Su Sanyang from time to time. Although Su Sanyang knew that when Ruo was infatuated, she could only watch and sigh. She tried several times to persuade Wen Ruo to forget her, but Mr. Monroe did not change his infatuation. She shook her head. What a pity, what a pity. Yan Chuan nodded. Yan Chuan and She slowly walked out of Dark Phoenix Hall. Outside the Dark Phoenix Hall, Qing Long stepped forward and said, Dao Lord, Hades Emperor, Mr. Monroe has left. Left? Yan Chuan asked doubtfully. Yeah, I saw him walking away in a daze. I called out to him, but he didn't answer. He seemed to have suffered a big blow. Qinglong recalled. Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi looked at each other. Forget it, let him calm down. Don't disturb him for the time being. Yan Chuan said. Mo Yushi nodded. At this moment, a streak of fiery light suddenly rushed over. Boom! Like a fireball, it smashed into the square of Dark Phoenix Hall. The blazing fire was burning a figure inside. Wow! With the caw of a crow, the majestic fire was suddenly sucked into the figure's mouth. Using Sun True Fire to burn me. Ha! I grew up eating Sun True Fire. The fire was swallowed, revealing Jin Dayu's figure. Jin Dayu. What's going on with you? Who burned you? Yan Chuan asked in a low voice. Your Majesty, this subject has found Sun True Fire Stone, and a lot of it. It's the size of a mountain. It's more than enough. Jin Dayu excitedly said. Oh. To the east of the Dazhao sacred ground, there's an area paved with gold. There's a mountain of Sun True Fire Stone there. There's too much of it. Jin Dayu excitedly said. Sun True Fire Mountain. Mo Yushi's expression changed. You know of it? Yan Chuan curiously asked. Yes, my mother bestowed it to Mohina Dojin. Mohina Dojin used to cultivate there, so he has a deep understanding of the Tao of Fire. Mo Yushi solemnly said. Mohina Dojin's things. Yan Chuan raised an eyebrow. Your Majesty, this subject couldn't hold back at the time and was about to take it. Unexpectedly, Mohina Dojin sensed it. Mohina Dojin sent a palm strike at me. It was the Sun True Fire. Jin Dayu explained. Chapter 846. This is the Great Zhao Holy Land. Don't do things without thinking of the consequences. Yan Chuan reprimanded. Yes, I know my mistake. However, I was muddle-headed and did not consider the consequences. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Jin Dayu immediately said sincerely. Forget it. Be more careful in the future. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Mo Yushi looked at Yan Chuan. Naturally, she could see that Yan Chuan valued Jin Dayu highly. He could not bear to punish him. Whoosh! Just as everyone was talking, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. A powerful aura came straight at Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu's expression changed and he immediately turned around. However, Yan Chuan was one step faster and pulled Jin Dayu behind him. The person who came was dressed in a yellow robe. He stared at Jin Dayu with anger. It was Mohina Dojin. Scoundrel, come out! Mohina Dojin shouted. Jin Dayu glared but was blocked by Yan Chuan. He did not let him come out. Mohina Dojin, how have you been? Why have you come to my Dark Phoenix Hall this time? Mo Yushi took a step forward. Mohina Dojin raised his eyebrows and took a deep breath. He turned to Mo Yushi and said, Greetings, Tao Monarch Yushi. Tao Monarch Yushi, are these people your men? Mohina Dojin asked. Mo Yushi did not answer. Instead, she sneered and said, Mohina Dojin, how did you deal with the Northern Mo Hall murder case? I remember that you personally promised my mother in the Wu clan's main hall that you would compensate them one by one. Mohina Dojin raised his eyebrows and took a deep breath. Tao Monarch Yushi, I will naturally give an explanation to the sect masters. The person who killed everyone was my fifth son. I have already destroyed his soul in front of everyone. In front of everyone. You destroyed your fifth son. Mo Yushi said in surprise. Mohina Dojin, how ruthless. Mo Yushi frowned as she watched. That was her own son. Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. Clearly, he did not expect Mohina Dojin to be so ruthless to his own flesh and blood. It could be seen how cold the ancient moon saint child's heart was now. What about Yang Zigu? Is Yang Zigu, the mastermind behind the Northern Mo Hall murder case, dead? Mo Yushi took a step forward and said in a low voice. Mohina Dojin's pupils shrank. Dao Monarch Yushi, one of my sons has already died. Don't go too far. I'm going too far. Then who was the one who bullied me? Isn't it going too far to frame me as the murderer? As the great bright sacred Dao monarch and the daughter of the holy master, how can I be bullied like this? Yang Zigu only has himself to blame. He must die. Mo Yushi took another step forward. Mohina Dojin's expression changed. Mohina Dojin, you promised in front of my mother. I don't care how you compensate the other 5 sect masters, but I, as the biggest victim, must pay with my life. Otherwise, I will turn this matter upside down. Do you believe that I have the ability to do so now? Mo Yushi said in a low voice. Mohina Dojin took a step back. His expression was terrifyingly dark. He stared at Mo Yushi but could not refute her. Dao Monarch Yushi, there is no need to be so ruthless. As long as you let my son go, I will do whatever you say. Mohina Dojin took a deep breath and said in a low voice. If Jingting did not acknowledge Mo Yushi, Mohina Dojin would still dare to be unreasonable. However, Jingting had already acknowledged her daughter. Even if he had the guts to do so, he would not dare to do so. Alright, Yang Zigu can live. However, you must give me all of Mount Sunday treated as redeeming Yang Zigu's life. Mo Yushi said indifferently. Chapter 847. Fine, Yang Zigu can live, but you have to give me the entirety of Mount Sunday treated as redeeming Yang Zigu's life. Mo Yushi said calmly. Mount Sun. Mohina Dojin's eyes flashed with anger. This was Mohina Dojin's best treasure. Of course, on the surface, it was the strongest treasure. Dao Monarch Yushi, you have a big appetite. Mohina Dojin said unwillingly. If Mohina Dojin can't bear to part with Mount Sun, it's fine. Let Yang Zigu take responsibility for the murder of Northern Mo Hall. Mo Yushi said in a low voice. Mohina Dojin clenched his fists and stared at Mo Yushi. What? You want to silence him? Mo Yushi sneered. Mohina Dojin took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in his heart. Fine, since Dao Monarch Yushi has spoken, how can I refuse? However, I won't give you Mount Sunday. If you have the ability, go get it yourself. Mohina Dojin said coldly. Mount Sun emits true sun fire all the time. I know that ordinary people don't dare to go near it. However, Mohina Dojin doesn't have to worry about how to get it. Mo Yushi said worriedly. Humph. Mohina Dojin snorted. Oh right, Mohina Dojin came here just now. May I know why? Mo Yushi asked again. Mohina Dojin's eyelids twitched as he looked at Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu offended Mount Sun. At this moment, Mohina Dojin couldn't say anything else. After all, Mount Sun was no longer his. With a flick of his sleeves, Mohina Dojin soared into the sky, ignoring the crowd. In the blink of an eye, Mohina Dojin disappeared. Yushi, you used Yang Zigu's life in exchange for Sun Mountain. Could it be? Yan Chuan frowned. Mo Yushi smiled and said, no, Yang Zigu is Mohina Dojin's lifeblood. Although I don't know why, but with my status, you should understand that I may not be able to kill Yang Zigu, but this Sun Mountain should be what you need. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude. Jin Dayu. Yan Chuan shouted without turning his head. Present. Go. From this day on, Mount Sun belongs to you. Collect them early, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yan Chuan said. Looking at Yan Chuan's back, Jin Dayu's face lit up with joy. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Lord Dao Jun. Jin Dayu said excitedly. Then, Jin Dayu flew away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Mohina Dojin left in a huff. He returned to his own hole. Father, who made you angry just now? Yang Zigu asked with a frown. Mohina Dojin looked at Yang Zigu without a trace of blame. Instead, he said, who else could it be? Mou she. Humph. Yang Zigu's expression changed and became gloomy. Right, father, Yang Zigu. Boss took them away. Yang Zigu said. Guyu left with your 6 brothers. Mohina Dojin said in a low voice. Yes, Guyu is getting more and more out of hand. He is looking down on father more and more. Yang Zigu fanned the flames. Mohina Dojin replied coldly. Reporting. A cultivator rushed into the hole. Lord Dao Jun, a 3-legged golden crow went to Mount Sunday. We couldn't stop it. The cultivator said anxiously. So fast. You sent someone to take it. Mohina Dojin's face darkened. Lord Dao Jun, do you want to gather your disciples? The cultivator asked. No need. Let him take it. Mohina Dojin said in a low voice. Ha, a strange bird wants to steal Mount Sun. As long as it touches it, it will be burned to ashes. Yang Zigu said disdainfully. Chapter 848. That Xiuzhou left in a daze. About an hour later, the practitioner broke into the main hall again. Dao Dailord, this is bad. That 3-legged golden crow devoured Mount Sun. The cultivator said in shock. Mohina Dojin's eyelids twitched, but he suppressed the anger in his heart. Swallow. Are you joking? The extreme yang flame essence within the extreme yang mountain can kill anyone who touches it. Who would dare swallow it? Exclaimed Yang Zigu. It's true, young master, the cultivator shouted. Yang Zizhou opened his mouth in shock. All of you go out, I need some peace and quiet. Mohina Dojin said in a deep voice. Yes. The 2 of them replied. Outside Dark Phoenix Hall. Your Majesty, I will definitely refine the gate of the Heaven Realm as soon as possible. I won't let you down. Jin Dayu said excitedly. And, pick a large hall and refine it first. When it's time to leave, this emperor will call you. Yan Chuan said. Yes. In the blink of an eye, Yan Chuan had already been in the Great Zhao Holy Land for a month. As the sky gradually darkened, Yan Chuan and Mou Shi stood on a huge balcony outside Dark Phoenix Hall, looking at the countless lights of the Great Zhou city in front of them. Bam! 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 One spell after another shot into the sky from the Great Zhou city. It was like fireworks in the mortal world, blooming beautifully in the sky. Mou Shi held Yan Chuan's hand and looked at the countless beautiful scenes of magic in front of them. In the mortal realm, today is the new year. Even though many people have embarked on the path of cultivation, they still don't forget this traditional festival. This is also the reason why the Great Zhou city's annual scene of magic soaring into the sky. Because only by remembering these traditions can I feel that I am still a human. Yan Chuan smiled. The 2 of them held hands and enjoyed the beautiful scenery. There was no further movement, but in this situation, their hearts were tightly intertwined. This was also a kind of beauty. Bam! 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 Spells soared into the sky one after another. The great Zhou city today was destined to be a city that never slept. However, over the years, perhaps because of Mr. Monroe's encouragement, more and more people are participating in this kind of activity on New Year's Day. The new year in Great Zhou City is becoming more and more beautiful. Yushi said. Oh. I was wondering why my carefree city didn't seem to be so dense. So it was Mr. Monroe who purposely developed it. Yan Chuan said thoughtfully. Look, over there. Yushi suddenly tugged at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan followed Yushi's gaze. It was a woman in red standing on a protruding balcony on the mountain peak of Dao Lord Yu's Dao field. Her clothes fluttered in the wind as she watched with an intoxicated gaze. She is. Yan Chuan's expression changed. She is Su Sanyang. Yushi sighed. Su Sanyang. Yan Chuan was lost in thought as he looked down the mountain. Yan Chuan searched the area below the mountain. It was pitch black, but under Yan Chuan's careful observation, he was able to see clearly. In a small forest. Yan Chuan finally saw his guess. It was Mr. Monroe. At this moment, Mr. Monroe was hiding in a small forest. He looked at the mountain peak and Su Sanyang affectionately. Seeing Su Sanyang smile, Mr. Monroe also smiled. Yushi saw Yan Chuan looking down and also looked over. Mr. Monroe. Yushi said in surprise. Mr. Monroe did so much for the annual fireworks festival. So it's just to make a beauty smile. Yan Chuan sighed. Chapter 849. Yes, but it's a pity that Su Sanyang and Lord Yu were husband and wife in their previous life. Mr. Monroe can only think too highly of himself. Yushi shook her head. As he spoke, Mr. Monroe frowned, and a trace of bitterness appeared on his face. Yan Chuan turned his head and saw Lord Yu suddenly appear beside Su Sanyang. Lord Yu grabbed a cloak and put it on Su Sanyang. Su Sanyang turned her head and looked at Lord Yu affectionately. The two of them looked at the magical fireworks in the city in the distance. It was a very sweet scene. At the foot of the mountain, Mr. Monroe looked more and more desolate in the forest. Mr. Monroe and Su Sanyang were childhood sweethearts, but in the end, they were husband and wife for a lifetime. Yushi sighed slightly. A lifetime. Yan Chuan was thoughtful. Yes, they have witnessed so many unforgettable things in their lives. Although she and Mr. Monroe were childhood sweethearts, what they experienced was only a kind of hazy love. How can a hazy love compare to a lifetime of unforgettable things? Yushi shook her head and said regretfully. Yan Chuan's expression changed, and he looked at Mr. Monroe at the foot of the mountain. Qing Long. Yan Chuan called out to Qing Long in the distance. Yes. Qing Long flew quickly from the distance. Go down later and invite Mr. Monroe to the Dark Phoenix Hall. I have something to tell him. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Qing Long nodded. What's wrong? Yushi was puzzled. Maybe, I have a way to make Mr. Monroe make up for this regret. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Ah. You won't let Mr. Monroe force her, right? Mr. Monroe won't do that. He won't force Su Sanyang. Yushi said in surprise. I'm not using force, but I have a secret technique. Yan Chuan said with a frown. Secret technique. Well, I don't know if this secret technique will work. I don't even know if it's real. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. What secret technique? Mo Yushi asked curiously. Dream of heaven's secrets. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Dream of heaven's secrets. Mo Yushi didn't understand. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. Dream of heaven's secret. Yan Chuan really didn't know how to explain it. This was something he had dreamt of in his previous life. It was a very complicated reason, but that was the truth. In his previous life, there was another secret technique that he had dreamt of. It was the stellar cycle technique that Yan Chuan had used a few times. This was also something that he had dreamt of. However, in his dream, it was not called the stellar cycle technique. Instead, it was another mysterious technique called the universe in the palm. In the palm, there were billions of stars in the universe. Unfortunately, the universe in the palm was something that even Yan Chuan couldn't use with his previous life's cultivation. Yan Chuan guessed that it was because his cultivation wasn't high enough, so he modified it and created the stellar cycle technique. Even though it was weakened countless times, it was still one of Yan Chuan's strongest techniques. Dream of heaven's secrets was one of the two secret techniques in his dream. Yan Chuan had never used it before. Even though it didn't have a high cultivation requirement, the consequences were too unimaginable. So Yan Chuan had never used it. Now that he saw Wen Ruo like this, Yan Chuan didn't know why he had the idea to test it out. Dream of heaven's secrets. Universe in the palm. Did he dream of it? Yan Chuan naturally wouldn't be so shallow. Yan Chuan guessed that perhaps, other than his previous life, there was another existence from his previous life. But that was too far in the future. Now, he mainly wanted to test if the secret technique in his dream was correct. If it really worked, Yan Chuan even wanted to spread it throughout the entire Great Zhen. Borrowing the power of Great Zhen. Chapter 850. Dark Phoenix Hall. The door of the hall was tightly shut. Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi stared at Meng Wenruo. Mr. Monroe, I've already told you the method. Now it's up to you whether you want to accept it or not. If you don't, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Mr. Monroe's face was distorted. He was struggling in his heart. Mo Yushi thought for a while and said, Mr. Monroe, I think that you don't have to feel guilty at all. You and Su Sanyang were already married. It was Dao Lord Yu who stole your bride. You are the victim. Mr. Monroe hesitated for a while. Of course, you can say that you don't want to interfere with Su Sanyang's thoughts, but Dao Lord Yu did. Is it because of her previous life? If so, who should Su Sanyang be with if she has more memories of her previous life? Mo Yushi said with a smile. Mr. Monroe's eyes narrowed. Su Sanyang died in her previous life. In this life, Dao Lord Yu asked my mother to enlighten her and forced a relationship from her previous life. This caused Su Sanyang's feelings to be more with Dao Lord Yu. If it weren't for Yan Chuan's method, you would never have the chance to hold Su Sanyang's hand again. Think about it yourself. Mo Yushi said. Yan Chuan stopped her and told Mo Yushi not to say anything. He wanted Wen Ruo to make the decision herself. Mr. Monroe held his head and felt troubled. Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi waited quietly. Finally, after an incense stick's time, Wen Ruo looked at Yan Chuan again with red eyes. Hades Emperor, please use the poison. Wen Ruo said seriously. Mr. Monroe, I'll say it again. I don't want this poison to be leaked. So, if you really want it, you must join the Dezhen dynasty. Yan Chuan said seriously. This commoner, Meng Wenruo, greets your majesty. Wen Ruo bowed respectfully. When Ruo had her own pride, if it was because of the dream, she might not necessarily compromise. The main reason was because Yan Chuan had loosened the reins several times in the past, when Ruo was forced to betray Yan Chuan in the Julu Academy, and in the chess game at the Immortal City, Yan Chuan deliberately gave up on defeating Wen Ruo. Playing hard to get time and time again made Wen Ruo's arrogance unable to resist. Alright. If Mr. Monroe joins De Jin, it'll be like gaining an arm. Yan Chuan smiled as he supported Mr. Monroe. Mr. Monroe stood up. Thank you, Your Majesty, for thinking so highly of me. I can see Mr. Monroe's talent clearly. Yan Chuan said with satisfaction. You flatter me, Your Majesty. You are still the city lord of Dezhou for the time being, so I won't give you another title. Now, let's talk about the dream. If you want to use it, you must find a burial cave called Heaven's Calamity. You need to find a feng shui master nearby and find the Heaven's Calamity burial cave as soon as possible. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Heaven's Calamity. Burial cave. Your Majesty, I know of a place. Meng Wenruo's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh. Outside the Dezhou holy ground, near the Lan Yu sect, there is a place where Yin Qi wreaks havoc. I once went to check it out. It's the Heaven's Calamity. Everyone avoids it and no one dares to go near it. Meng Wenruo said solemnly. That's great. As for how to persuade Su Sanyang, that's your own business. I'll prepare some things for you during this period of time. You can set off in 10 days. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Yes. 10 days later. In the dark Phoenix Hall, Yan Chuan held the brush, Dream Immortal, and kept drawing on a piece of black jade. As the brush fell, a yin wind blew in the hall. The rolling yin qi seemed to come out of nowhere and went straight into the black jade. Pang! When the last stroke fell, all the yin qi suddenly converged into the black jade, and the black jade suddenly became flat. Chapter 851. Mo Yushi walked into the hall. What's this? It's a black jade talisman. It's used to guard Wen Ruo's heart and soul. It allows her to dream and not forget her true self. Yan Chuan explained. Oh. Mo Yushi nodded. How's Wen Ruo doing? Yan Chuan asked. Mr. Monroe and Su Sanyang have already set off. Mo Yushi said. Oh. Meng Ziqiu is Su Sanyang's teacher. Mr. Monroe's excuse this time was to bring the spirit back to Julu Academy. Su Sanyang is duty-bound. Dao Lord Yu is very confident. Everything is going smoothly. Mo Yushi explained. Okay, we'll leave in a few days. Yan Chuan nodded. Mo Yushi frowned and looked troubled. I'm afraid I can't go this time. Oh. Sheng Wanwan just asked me to learn from her for a while. Mo Yushi frowned. Okay, take care of yourself. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Okay, you'll take Qing Long and the others. Mo Yushi asked. No, they'll all stay here, just in case. Jin Dayu will be fine with me. Yan Chuan shook his head. 2 months later. In a mountain range surrounded by miasma and fog, the sky was dark. Many of the plants were extremely beautiful, but at the same time, they were extremely poisonous. The only creatures that could survive in this area were those extremely poisonous creatures. In the middle of this place surrounded by yin qi was a mountain. At the foot of the mountain was a cave. The soil and stones at the entrance were quite new. It was obviously a cave that had just been dug. The inside of the cave was extremely spacious. There was a huge bronze coffin lying flat on the ground. There were many runes carved on the bronze coffin. A woman lay in the coffin. It was Su Sanyang. Beside the bronze coffin was a flagpole with many runes drawn on it. Yan Chuan, Jin Dayu, and Wen Ruo all surrounded the bronze coffin. The heavenly tribulation meridian. What an ominous burial meridian. Just by standing here, I can feel that the earth beneath my feet is connected to the 9 serenities hell. Jin Dayu exclaimed. Your Majesty, is that all? Meng Wenruo asked curiously. Lie in the coffin with Su Sanyang. Don't resist my spell. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Mr. Monroe quickly entered the coffin and lay down beside Su Sanyang. He held her hand and looked slightly excited. Yan Chuan reached out and slapped the black jade talisman on Mr. Monroe's forehead. Paw! Mr. Monroe closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. Yan Chuan grabbed the black banner beside him. He waved it at the coffin. Who? Endless black chi rushed towards the bronze coffin. In the blink of an eye, the black coffin was shrouded in black gas. He grabbed the black banner and waved it again. Boom! There was a muffled sound in the coffin. Suddenly, 2 souls appeared. Su Sanyang's soul was in a daze, but Wen Ruo's soul was extremely awake. Meng Wenruo, I've told you before that you will possess mortals and live together with them. Su Sanyang will forget the past. You remember everything and live another life. Whether you succeed or not depends on you. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Meng Wenruo said respectfully. The black banner waved again. Boom! Meng Wenruo's soul suddenly split into 100. Su Sanyang's soul also split into 100. It was as if 100 copies were made in an instant. Time is limited, but 100 experiences are enough to make up for it. Each Meng Wenruo, hold 1 Su Sanyang. Yan Chuan shouted. Yes. Each Meng Wenruo quickly held 1 Su Sanyang. Seeing that everything was ready, Yan Chuan grabbed the black banner and waved it violently. Great soul, go! Yan Chuan shouted. Boom! The 100 copies of Meng Wenruo's soul pulled Su Sanyang's soul. With a swing of the black banner, they shot out in all directions. In an instant, the 100 copies of souls disappeared. Bam! Yan Chuan inserted the black banner next to the bronze coffin again. Let's go out. We will guard Meng Wenruo for a few years. Yan Chuan said to Jin Dayu. Yes, yes. Jin Dayu was still in shock. The 2 walked out of the cave. They closed the door that they had set up earlier. Boom! The door closed. The 2 stood at the foot of the mountain. Your Majesty. 100 copies of Mr. Monroe's soul. How did he do it? Also, they can successfully possess mortals when they go out like this. Jin Dayu said in disbelief. They only possess mortals. As for 100 copies of soul. How much do you know about the secrets of the soul? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Jin Dayu shook slightly. Yes, he didn't know about it, but it didn't mean it didn't exist. Let's open up 2 more cave residences here. Let's stay here first. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Outside the Heaven's Calamity Acupoint, Yan Chuan was paying attention to Mr. Monroe's dream of entering Tianji. This was because if he succeeded, Yan Chuan would try it himself with the other officials. In the dream of heavenly secrets, one would not only experience one's life, but also experience endless experiences. Furthermore, the soul that was strengthened during the dream of heavenly secrets would not be reduced in the slightest after returning. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Although no one cultivated in the heavens calamity acupoint, it didn't mean that no one came. The poisonous creatures here were treasures that many cultivators liked. After quietly dispatching a dozen groups of people, the extraordinary nature of the heavens calamity acupoint was exposed. Yan Chuan used the environment of the heavens calamity acupoint to break through the bottleneck. His cultivation finally reached the first level of the lower void realm. Yan Chuan's calamity acupoint was always shocking. He opened his mouth and swallowed the heavens calamity. There was the Lan Yu sect nearby. The Lan Yu sect was one of the vassal sects of the Dazhao Holy Land. In a hall of the Lan Yu sect. Master, I saw the 4-9 heavenly calamities just now. A red-robed cultivator rushed into the hall in panic. An elder in the hall frowned. What's wrong with the 4-9 heavenly calamities? It's in the heavens calamity mountain range. The 4-9 heavenly calamities just came out and were sucked away by the heavens calamity mountain range, the red-robed cultivator shouted. Nonsense, how is that possible? The elder said in a low voice. It's true, Master. I wasn't the only one who saw it. A few of my senior brothers saw it too. How can I not recognize the 4-9 heavenly calamities? I had Master's help back then. However, the 4-9 heavenly calamities were suddenly sucked into the ground for some reason. This. Master, what's going on? The red-robed cultivator asked in confusion. Heaven's calamity mountain range. Is there a treasure inside? The elder's expression changed. Ah. Yes, a treasure. A treasure that can even absorb the heavens calamity. Could it be an immortal weapon? The red-robed cultivator's eyes lit up. Immortal weapon. There's an immortal weapon in the heavens calamity mountain range. The elder's face lit up with joy. Master. What do we do now? What do we do? Inform all your senior brothers and junior brothers. Master will enter the heavens calamity mountain range with all of you to investigate. A strong desire appeared in the elder's eyes. Chapter 852. Dazhao Holy Land. In a hall. Supreme Lan Yu frowned at the old man in front of him. Speak. Supreme Lan Yu frowned. The old man looked around. The hall was closed, and everyone had been asked to leave. Sect Master, there are immortal weapons in the Heaven Calamity Mountain range. The old man said solemnly. Immortal weapons. Supreme Lan Yu narrowed his eyes. Yes, more than 3 months ago, one of my disciples saw the 4-9 heavenly tribulation being forcibly taken into the Heaven Calamity Mountain range. I took a dozen disciples and quietly sneaked into the Heaven Calamity Mountain range to investigate. The old man said solemnly. Did you find the immortal weapons? Supreme Lan Yu's eyes lit up. No, but my disciples were attacked one by one, and they didn't know where the attack came from. They fainted inexplicably. When they woke up the next day, they were already outside the Heaven Calamity Mountain range. The old man frowned. There are experts in the Heaven Calamity Mountain range. Supreme Lan Yu narrowed his eyes. Yes, and that expert didn't seem to want to be enemies with our sect. I was worried that the news would be leaked, so I immediately came to report to the sect master. The old man said solemnly. Well done. Supreme Lan Yu nodded. Yes, sect master. What should we do now? The old man was puzzled. Supreme Lan Yu narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Wait a moment, I'll go and ask Shengguanwaner to leave, and I'll go back with you immediately. Yes. Dark Phoenix Hall. She hurried back with a worried face. Qing Long. Here. Supreme Lan Yu has gone back. The Lan Yu sect is near the Heaven Calamity Point. I'm worried that Yan Chuan's whereabouts have been discovered. I don't know if he can make it in time. Go immediately and tell him to take precautions. Also, tell him that he can use my name to do anything he wants. She said in a deep voice. Yes. Qing Long quickly flew away. Morning sun hole. Mohina Dojin's face was gloomy. Dad, what's wrong? Yang Zigu asked curiously. The Holy Lord can remove the sky seal at any time. Perfected Lord Lan Yu actually wants to go back now. Something big must have happened in the Lan Yu sect. Mohina Dojin said in a low voice. Oh. By the way, Father, you asked me to send someone to keep an eye on him. This morning, Qing Long also left Great Zhou City. His whereabouts are unknown. Yang Zigu said. Qing Long left. I know that Yan Chuan must have gone to the Blue Transcendent sect. Something must have happened there. Also, my Sun Mountain is also in his hands. Mohina Dojin suddenly stood up. Ah. I gave him Sun to Shi, and Shi gave it to someone else. If I take it back from someone else, she won't have anything to say. Mohina Dojin's eyes turned cold. Then Dad is going to take back his son. Yang Zigu said in surprise. That's right. Mohina Dojin said with a cold gaze. Mohina Dojin took a step forward and was about to leave. Suddenly, a cultivator came from outside the hole. Mohina Dojin frowned. Greetings, Mohina Dojin. By Lady Shangwan's order, all Dao lords and sect masters are not allowed to leave the Great Zhao's sacred ground. The cultivator said respectfully. What? Mohina Dojin's face changed. The cultivator smiled and said, Lady Shangwan, I can see through your thoughts. Lady Shangwan has ordered that no one is allowed to leave. If you have any questions, you can go to the Wu Clan Hall to ask Lady Shangwan. Oh, okay, I understand. Mohina Dojin said with a gloomy face. Chapter 853. That cultivator smiled slightly and retreated. Father. What's going on? Yang Zigu said in surprise. Mohina Dojin smiled bitterly and said, Shangwan, this woman's wisdom is outstanding. If we can analyze it, Shangwan, can also analyze it. Perfected Lord Lan Yu left at this moment. Something big must have happened in the Lan Yu sect. Something big. If it was a disaster, perfected Lord Lan Yu would not return at all. Because after this battle, it doesn't matter whether the Lan Yu sect exists or not. However, perfected Lord Lan Yu returned. This means that what the Lan Yu sect is facing is not a disaster, but great benefits. Great benefits. A few vassal sect leaders, who knows what great benefits are? But they all have guesses. However, the fact that Azure Dragon was there meant that Yan Chuan was there as well. Shangwan did not allow anyone to interfere. Is she preparing to sit and watch the tigers fight? To watch the fight between Yan Chuan and perfected Lord Lan Yu. Mohina Dojin frowned. Then what should we do? Shangwan has spoken. Who dares to go? Mohina Dojin smiled bitterly. Heaven Calamity Mountain Range. Outside the Heaven Calamity Point. Yan Chuan sat on a stone bench. A vine emerged from the ground and stretched into Yan Chuan's hand. Vine Demon of a Peerless Divine Weapon? Vine Demon, outside the Heaven Calamity Point is poisonous miasma. It is a good place for you to nourish. In the previous life, you did not fully evolve. In this life, I want to see what kind of treasure is worthy of being called a peerless divine weapon. Yan Chuan sighed. Rumble. On the ground, there were countless vines rapidly interweaving in all directions. They roamed the endless mountains and forests in all directions. Putting down the vine in his hand, Yan Chuan looked up at the sky. Huff! 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 One figure after another flew into the air. At the same time, each of them stared down, staring at Yan Chuan. They came so quickly. Yan Chuan's face sank. He turned to look in all directions. There were more and more cultivators in the sky. In the blink of an eye, there were close to 10,000 cultivators. In fact, the number of cultivators was still increasing. They gradually surrounded Yan Chuan from all directions. Yan Chuan's gaze gradually turned towards the leader of the group. He was dressed in a blue robe and stood high above. He coldly looked down at Yan Chuan. True monarch Lan Yu? Yan Chuan asked in a low voice. True Lord Lan Yu sneered slightly and said, So, it's Yan Chuan. True monarch Lan Yu, why have you come? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. This is what I wanted to ask you. Yan Chuan, where is the immortal item? Lan Yu True monarch asked directly. Immortal item. Yan Chuan gaped in shock. A man beside Supreme Lan Yu suddenly shouted, Yan Chuan, stop pretending. I saw it that day. An immortal tool that can devour heavenly tribulation is in the heavenly tribulation mountain range. Devour heavenly tribulation. Yan Chuan immediately understood and revealed a trace of a bitter smile. It seemed that it was his own tribulation that was exposed. However, the heavenly tribulation suddenly arrived at that time. He had no choice but to pass it as soon as possible. True monarch Lan Yu is wise. Yan Chuan did not see the so-called immortal item. Otherwise, he would have left with the immortal item long ago. Why would he stay here? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Then let me search you. Supreme Lan Yu said in a low voice. Search? Yan Chuan's face turned cold. Supreme Lan Yu, you should know that I don't want to be enemies with your Lan Yu sect. That's why I didn't kill your disciples when they barged in. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. I know. Supreme Lan Yu said indifferently. I don't want to be enemies with the Lan Yu sect, but it doesn't mean that I don't dare to be enemies with the Lan Yu sect. Supreme Lan Yu, please conduct yourself with dignity. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Ha 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 ha. Supreme Lan Yu laughed heartily. With just you. If Tao Monarch Yu Shi said it to me, that's more like it. You, a first-level lower void stage, want to be enemies with me. Injuring my disciples was a sneak attack. Now that I've found you, how are you going to sneak attack me? Supreme Lan Yu sneered. You can try. Yan Chuan said with a cold face. Master, you don't have to do anything. I can capture him. A red-clothed old man suddenly shouted. Supreme Lan Yu nodded. Yan Chuan did shine in the Wu clan's main hall. However, in the eyes of Supreme Lan Yu, his martial strength was not worth mentioning at all. She was even too lazy to make a move. At the same time, in the Great Zhao Holy Ground, Shengguan Waner, Mohina Dojin, Dao Monarch Yu Yu, Mo Yu Shi, and 4 vassal sect leaders were surrounding a pool. In the pool, there were some images. The images in the images were the scene of Supreme Lan Yu facing Yan Chuan. Miss Shengguan, what's going on? Mo Yu Shi immediately frowned and said. This is my Dazhao Holy Land's astronomical phenomenon pool. As long as the Dazhao Holy Land's merit-covered area, you can watch from this pool. Lan Yu sect is a part of my Dazhao Holy Land after all. Naturally, you can see it clearly. Shangguan Wanner said indifferently. Why? Miss Shangguan, a month ago, you stopped everyone from going. Did you know that Yan Chuan was there? Mo Yushi's expression changed. Everything in the Dazhao Holy Lands range can't escape the astronomical phenomenon pool. I saw Yan Chuan devouring the heavenly tribulation that day. Shangguan Wanner nodded. Devouring the heavenly tribulation. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. This Yan Chuan is a little interesting. Although I don't know what he's doing there. But it seems that it's not ordinary. Shangguan Wanner said with a smile. Miss Shangguan, why? You did it on purpose. Mo Yushi's expression immediately fell. That's right. I deliberately let True Lord Lan Yu go back. So I want you all to not interfere. Shangguan Wanner nodded. Deliberately let True Lord Lan Yu go back. Mo Yushi frowned and said in puzzlement. I wanted to take a look at this Yan Chuan's quality. Shangguan Wanner nodded. Why didn't you tell me? Why? Mo Yushi cried out in shock. Everyone looked at Shangguan Wanner. Shangguan Wanner said coolly, this is what the Holy Lord instructed, to let me investigate Yan Chuan. Unfortunately, Yan Chuan can really hide. Many things can't be found. Therefore, I deliberately let True Lord Lan Yu go back. You all still want to stop? The Holy Lord's request. Everyone's faces turned solemn. Immediately, the complaints from before immediately dissipated. Only Mo Yushi was still brooding. Miss Shangguan, isn't it a little too much for you to do this? That True Lord Lan Yu is an upper void realm. Furthermore, you didn't give him an explanation at all. He won't care about the consequences. Mo Yushi was still worried. Care about the consequences. What I want to see is naturally how Yan Chuan is under the circumstances where he doesn't care about the consequences. Lass, you don't have to be too worried. Shangguan Wanner's eyes have never been wrong before. This Yan Chuan will only be stronger than I imagined and not weaker. Shangguan Wanner's eyes turned intent as she said. Mo Yushi's face was anxious. But now that things had come to this, she was powerless to do anything. With a trace of irritation, Mo Yushi looked at the celestial phenomenon pool. By the side, Mohina Dojin revealed a hint of a cold smile. As for the others, they were all deep in thought. The Holy Lord's instructions. Who still dared to refute? Chapter 854. Under True Lord Lan Yu's tacit approval, a sword-wielding red-clothed old man strode straight towards Yan Chuan. The long sword danced with endless killing intent. Humph! Yan Chuan snorted coldly. Boom! A black vine suddenly shot up into the sky from the ground. The old man's expression changed, and he was about to slash out with his sword. Chi! The rattan was extremely fast. Before the red-clothed old man could react, it had already wrapped around his hands. Bastard, open for me! The old man's body emitted a dazzling blue light. Unfortunately, the vines were even sturdier than the old man had imagined. There was no way he could break free. I remember you. Last time, I spared you once. Do you still want to die? Yan Chuan said coldly. Swish! With a flick of the vine, it smashed into the ground. Boom! The old man immediately felt dizzy from the fall. Bastard! The old man cried out in pain. Although he was dizzy, the old man was still a lower emptiness realm expert. It was impossible for him to be seriously injured by a fall. However, Yan Chuan's punishment was not over yet. Ah! Boom! The old man was pulled into the ground by the vines, and in the blink of an eye, he was underground. Rumble. A bulge could be seen on the ground. The bulge was rapidly moving around the heavenly tribulation mountain range. Ah! Along the way, miserable shrieks could be heard. They traveled far underground and circled around the heavenly tribulation mountain range. Countless cultivators in all directions felt a chill in their hearts. It was easy to imagine the scene of being rubbed against by the mud and rocks as they traveled quickly underground. It wasn't like they were ghosts or ghosts. They were actually rubbing against the ground. Ah! Ah! The old man's pained screams could be heard from deep underground. Nearly 10,000 cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. Bastard! Yen Chuan, you're courting death. True Lord Lan Yu's face fell as he said. I'll return it to you. Bang! A figure emerged from the ground and soared into the sky. Everyone quickly caught it. It was the old man who had provoked them earlier. The old man's clothes were all tattered, and there were countless bloody scars on his body from the friction with the ground. His entire body was limp. Sect Master, more than half of his bones were crushed under the ground. His internal organs have ruptured, and his body is about to rot. Someone at the side immediately explained. Looking at the dying old man, the cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. At the same time, they felt even angrier. Master, I implore Master to allow us to kill this thief. A cultivator suddenly cried out. Sect Master, please agree. Sect Master, please agree. Nearly 10,000 practitioners were filled with righteous indignation. They looked at Yen Chuan with hatred. Approved. True Monarch Lan Yu said coldly. Yes. Nearly 10,000 practitioners immediately shouted. Who? For a moment, the swords of nearly 10,000 practitioners were all pointed at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan smiled coldly. Just because Shen doesn't cause trouble doesn't mean that Shen is afraid of trouble. Yen Chuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. As he spoke, the poisonous miasma within 10 li of him suddenly withdrew, as if it was being sucked into the ground. Everyone froze for a moment. However, most of them wanted to kill Yen Chuan. Kill! Kill! The group of practitioners immediately shouted. For a moment, the first batch of 30 practitioners charged at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan glared. The ground trembled again. Bang! Bang! The ground within 10 li of him seemed to explode in an instant. A large amount of rocks and soil shot up into the sky. Chapter 855. Along with the soil, nearly 10,000 black vines shot up into the sky. Huff! 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 The first 30 cultivators who rushed up were all entangled by the vines without any suspense. Not only that, those cultivators who had yet to make a move were chased by thousands of vines and quickly entangled. Ah! Sect Master, save me! Master, save me! Help! While the countless cultivators panicked, only 4,000 managed to escape. The remaining 6,000 were entangled by the vines. No, it should be a sea of vines. Endless vines sprouted from the ground within 10 miles. Below the ground, the vines continued to swim, as if they were intertwining with each other. 6,000 Shouja were instantly pulled into the sea of vines and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Nearly 10,000 vines soared into the air from the sea of vines, continuously reaching for the fleeing cultivators. They looked like thousands of flood dragons waiting to feast. Ah! Ah! Within the sea of vines, countless miserable shrieks could be heard. Clearly, the scene from before was repeating itself. However, before this, there was only one person. Now, there were 6,000 people, all of them being tortured underground. The Shouja flying into the sky felt cold all over. Below, there were giant vines that spanned 100 miles. This scene was too exaggerated. It was like a giant snake cave with its bloody mouth wide open, waiting to devour everyone. Countless Shouja felt cold all over. Only 5 people stood motionlessly behind Lan Yu, true monarch, their eyes bright. The 5 of them were all at the middle void stage. Thus, they were not too afraid of the Sea of Vines. However, the 5 of them seemed to have realized something. This is an immortal artifact. A middle void stage expert's eyes lit up. Good immortal tool, this venerable has cultivated for many years, but I have never seen such an immortal tool. Supreme Lan Yu's eyes lit up. At the same time, in front of the celestial phenomenon pond in the Great Zhao holy grounds, Mohina Dojin and the others' eyes lit up. What is this? A plant-type demon. That's not right, right? Only true monarch Lan Yu would think that it was an immortal tool, and Mao Ri, Yu Yu, and the others had received Sheng Wanwan, Er's hint that it was Yan Chuan who swallowed the heavenly tribulation and not an immortal tool. However, the scene in front of them puzzled them. Everyone looked at Mo Yushi at the same time. Saintess Yushi, do you know what this is? Mohina Dojin asked in a deep voice. Mo Yushi sneered, Mohina Dojin is so knowledgeable, why do you need to ask me? Mohina Dojin's face turned ugly. Everyone turned their attention back to the constellation lake. Sheng Wanwan raised her eyebrows. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. On the screen, above the Sea of Vines, after a series of twisting, a huge figure slowly emerged. Its head, arms, and legs were all connected to the Sea of Vines. The monster's eyes glowed as it looked at the people in the sky. This is demonic beast. No, a demon. Not an immortal tool. Supreme Lan Yu's face darkened. The 5 middle void stage experts also looked surprised. Behind the demon, Yan Chuan said in a deep voice, Supreme Lan Yu, if you retreat now, I will return your 6,000 disciples. Supreme Lan Yu's eyes narrowed, retreat. Yan Chuan, the more you insist, the more powerful an immortal tool is here. You don't deserve it. Ah! The vine demon roared. Boom! Tens of thousands of vines rushed towards Supreme Lan Yu and the others. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.